What up, bosses? Your man MBR going to bring you tonight's grand finale of the EU Playtourney 2v2 event. So this is going to basically be all the finalists from Q1 to Q4 are going to be taking place with $250 up per grab. So the winners are going to be taking 175. The runners-up will be taking 75 out of the pool, and third place they're each going to be getting a demonic steed mount. On top of that, I have 5 of them to give away during the EU tournament. 3 will be given out whilst we're playing along, and then 2 at the end of the tournament. And I also have another 5 to give away when the NA one starts, which would be midnight for any of you English folks. So it'll be a couple of minutes. We're just waiting for all the teams to gather together and be able to jump in. And it should be hopefully great fun. We saw in Q1 Bruce Lee beating Timegoat in the best of 3 2-1, playing Shifu and Lucy in all 3 games, whilst Timegoat stuck to the Older and Croak. That did them really well, in all fairness, during the actual tournament, but they couldn't pull it together in the final. So they will actually have the winners of the previous tournaments will have the better seed coming into this tonight. Moving on to Q2, we saw Incap OP Baby Rage win the Q2 final 2-1 in the best of 3 after dropping their first game to Team Keppo, who were running Shifu in all 3 games, switching between Pearl and Lucy in game 2, which ended up costing them, as Baby Rage, who stuck with Jade and Croak in all 3 games, which was one of my favourite combos, along with the Shifu and Ascot, what we saw in the previous tournaments, proving deadly in the end as they won 6 out of the last 7 rounds. Then on to Q3, we had 2 straight games from Burning Sands, beating out Helene and Mika in 6 out of the 7 rounds, favouring Lucy as a healer, but switching between Rukan and Ascot for the damage, whilst Helium stuck with Bako and Lucy, a combo we've seen quite often, but never really make anything happen. I'm not really sure why. I personally didn't like the combo that much, but the teams did certainly favour it in quite a few of the matches building up to the finals. On top of that, our final one, we saw another straight 2 games being taken by Flux, beating out Flower Power in a total of 15 rounds, winning 10 of them with the combo of Shifu and Asuka, which was a real backwards and forwards final. It was great to watch. So we'll see what the teams can do coming into tonight's finals. So we're just setting up the lobby, and then we'll be able to jump into our first game tonight, bosses. So like I say, we will be giving away a couple of demonic mounts to some of you lucky viewers, so stay tuned. I'll let you know when it's coming about, and you can enter the magical word, and potentially you may be able to get your hands on one of them. Pretty nice mount, especially they've now been taken away as they were for the Halloween event only. But yeah, it should be a couple minutes, bosses, and we can finally jump in. I'll quickly give you an insight into the brackets as well today. So this is all the teams that had made it through, as I mentioned earlier. And we should be in for some exciting stuff. Looks like we're going to be casting over the Flux vs Team Keppo game as our first game tonight. Again, don't forget we do have the NA one at midnight, which should be super stoked. And again, there's $250 up for grabs there, and I also have another 5 mount keys to give away during that tournament. Be interesting to see what the teams did pick. During the finals between Q1 and Q4 of the EU side, we saw 12 out of the 17 champions available picked, with Lucy being the most favoured, with 8 picks during the tournament. or between the 4 tournaments, which was interesting to see. She was certainly favoured and proved pretty deadly in most matchups. So as I mentioned, we are going to be casting over the Flux vs Team Kepler game. It's our first game tonight. Both two teams very highly rated. Flux won out the last tournament with the Asgard and Shifu combo. It'd be interesting to see if they run something similar tonight. With Team Kepler finishing second to InCap OP Baby Rage, when they ran between Pearl and Paloma along with Shifu, who was a real big pick during the Q1, but he did actually fall off into the later stages of the tournament. So they're just picking their teams now and will be able to jump into the game bosses. Shouldn't be much longer. Alrighty then, so here we go. This is going to be our first game of tonight. Again, we're going to be seeing Flux versus Team Kepler. If we can actually spell it right, we'll get there. Alrighty then, so Team Kepler are going to be running the Lucy and Freya combo, which is quite interesting. And again, we're going to be seeing Shifu and Lucy, which did win Corrupted and Lum won their original tournament. So we'll see how this pans out for each team. Excited stuff to see how this first game tonight goes. If the volume in game's a little bit too loud, let me know, bosses, and I'll be able to drop it down. So this is a best of 1, but we have 5 rounds. So we could be in for a little bit of a long one, and we'll see how this pans out as Shifu getting a bit aggressive here, but Lucy's going to be able to heal up her partner in crime. As I did mention before, Lucy was the most favoured champion in the finals between the 4 events, being picked 8 times in total. Most played champion out of all. Nice in-camp coming in from Shifu here. It's going to cause a little bit of damage onto the red side. Lucy, a nice javelin toss as well. He's going to be following up pretty well, but a nice barrier is going to knock him back for the moment in time. Neither team deciding to pick up the middle orb as we're already in 30 seconds into our first round. Blue team are going to pick back as they have advantage over here. I'm going to easily secure that for themselves along with the health and energy orbs, which could be proved quite vital as they already have enough energy to chuck out Whirlwind, but it's not really going to make too much happen on the red side Freya at the moment. Trading blow for blow. A nice Conjured coming in from Shifu, but again, not really enough of a follow-up to cause too much issue. As mid orb is once again up, and big in-cap coming onto the red side Lucy as either team trading quite evenly at the moment. A big ultimate going to be coming in onto the blue side Lucy along with the sticky goo right there, and that could be her dropping down here. Can they finish this off? The shields are keeping her alive for the time being. Nice pick up by the red team. That's leaving us in a 2v1 battle for the moment in time. Whirlwind coming out is going to drop Freya under 50% health, but I feel that Shifu is going to struggle to turn this one around here. Does get off his Kunji. Once again, mid orb is up, but I don't feel either team would be needing to secure this one, as the red team looking pretty commanding at this moment in time. And he knows it. The typecast, of course. I don't think I could typecast this game. There's one thing cast in the game, it's so quick paced. Nicely played. Team Kepler going to be taking our first round here. But for sure, it really could go either way. There's no doubt about it. And we'll see how it plans out. Again, Corrupted and Lun1 were the winners from the Q4 tournament, with Team Kepo, who finished second in the Q2. As both teams charging into the mid lane, we do see Shifu miss his first javelin toss here. He is going to go into the stealth for the moment to keep himself free from danger as he jumps back onto Lucy. Panics left, right and centre are going to keep them free from danger at this moment in time. A nice javelin toss coming onto her. He's going to get a couple blows along with the full charged up javelin there. Some big hits. Once again panicked away as both teams are pondered into the red side starting zone. Mid orb is up. We'll see if either team pulls this back, but with Freya split up from her support here, this could be some big damage coming onto the red side. Lucy, a nice panic away, but Shifu keeping the aggression on here. I really feel that panic should be saved for him instead of being used on the Lucy in that situation, and that could be a big turning point for the blue team here, as we do see, I believe that was actually the blue side Lucy's ultimate with, but it's not going to cause any issues here, as the blue team currently 2-1 up, with both looking pretty healthy and the Freya already under 50% health. She does pick up both energy orbs on the top side and makes nothing happen with her lead. She is going to chuck her ultimate down, but no lightning's going to be hitting anyone today, buddy, as the blue team take this to 1 apiece. Nicely done. I really think that the biggest issue that round was where the red side Lucy used her panic on the blue Lucy, and it allowed Shifu with Freya completely split away from her teammate just to actually go ham and cause some big damage there, especially with his charged impale. So nicely done. So coming into our third round. Again, this is a first of 5, so still a few more rounds to go for sure. We do see Freya missing her hammer toss to start off things, but a nice barrier coming in by the blue side Lucy isn't going to leave her too much damage, as Shifu unfortunately does actually chuck his javelin straight into the wall there and isn't going to make anything happen. The aggression onto the red side Lucy now as he uses his martel to counter the incoming damage, but doesn't actually make anything happen with his Conjure Strike here, and that is going to allow him to take some big hits here, dropping under, losing 30% health in that trade there, but a nice Petrify coming onto Freya has allowed the red side Lucy a little bit vulnerable here, but a good Petrify coming out herself. She's going to be able to pick up both health orbs if she chooses to do so. I believe she did actually pick them up in the end, as Freya working on the blue side. And looking pretty even at the moment. It looks like Corrupted is actually going to be able to, he's going to lose out on the orb there as a nice Petrify coming out by Lucy. We did actually see Thunderstrike going down on the blue side as Freya's putting the pressure down, but we're still looking pretty even. Whirlwind not actually going to make too much happen here, as Night Panic going to keep him away, and that's a bit of a wasted ultimate coming out of Corrupted there. Nice javelin toss coming in, but with him 50% health, the red team looking in a bit of a commanding position. I mean, once again, a mid orb is up, which we did see red team pick up in the last engage. And again, looking in a pretty commanding position if they really want to pick this up, as we see Freya get aggressive on the blue side. Lucy, a nice in-cap coming in along with Rollman. That's some big damage. This barrier isn't really going to do too much here. She gets another big in-cap, as Shifu just really isn't doing the damage to the red side Lucy here. We do see mid-orb taken by the red team there. A nice knockback is going to keep Freya in a real commanding position here, as she looks to finish off the Lucy, who gets a big stun. The barrier is going to keep her alive for the time being. Shifu's been a bit of split focus. A big ultimate, but a nice roll is actually going to keep her alive. We do see the goo coming out by the red side Freya, but not really making too much happen here, as the team's battling back and forth, but the red team looking a little bit more healthy at this point in time. We are going to see blue team pick up the orb there with Lucy's ultimate. If that was the wise use, we'll have to wait and see, but it will give us that bonus health at the moment. But she is split away from her teammate and will be dropped in the bottom side here, and Shifu is really going to struggle to make too much happen here, as we do actually enter sudden death now. Nicely played by the red team. Freya pretty much landed all her skill shots. That in cap along with the ultimate combo was on point for sure. So is going to put Team Capo 2-1 up in our first game tonight. Again, this really could go either way. It's just, I feel Shifu missing his earlier javelin toss kind of cost him a little bit, along with not getting his Kunji procced as well. That's a big ability to lose out on. One, he doesn't get to re-engage, and on top of that he takes a heap load of damage, which is never fun. Here we go. We are mounted up, going into round 4. Both teams charging into the mid lane. We are going to be playing a little bit more passive than we were already seen in the previous rounds. They seem to be more encased in fighting than actually fighting over the middle orb at the moment, but we'll see if that does change in our 4th round. We know another missed Javelin toss coming out of Shifu is going to cost him a little bit as he does get panicked away, and Freya once again working on this blue side Lucio, already under 40% health. A big Thunderbolt coming in along with the following auto attacks is going to drop her pretty low here. Again, she's following in with the damage. A nice panic away is going to keep her alive for the time being, and a Petrify onto Corrupted. He's going to go for the... He does actually secure the middle orb here, but a nice Thunder Shield coming in is going to pull both targets in as Lucy looks to finish off the blue side Lucy. Again, switching focus to Shifu, but with the blue side Lucy completely split from her teammate, she is going to be rolling out of danger as she's still alive somehow. That was a nice play coming out by the red side Freya, but a great ultimate coming in from the red side Lucy is going to drop her counterpart. As once again, Shifu stuck in a 2v1. He does actually get quite a good amount of damage off with his Whirlwind here, but I don't think it's going to be enough as he does once again not get his Kunju procced, and it has proved pretty deadly so far. Nicely done. 3-1 to our Team Keppo.
No pain, no gain.
I think Shifu's getting a little bit split away from his teammate at the moment. He's not sure what to do, and by the time he actually reacts to what he thinks he should do, the Freya's just put tons amount of damage. We did actually see Lucy get dropped into about 40% health within the first 10 seconds of that engagement then, which was huge, and it's quite hard to really come back from that situation, as she's got to spend time healing herself up instead of actually healing up the Shifu, who really needs those heals as well. But we'll see how this pans out now. Shifu does actually get some nice damage onto the red side Lucy, switches his focus onto Freya at the point in time, as blue team looking a little bit more commanding than we've seen in the previous rounds. They are going to pick up middle orb for themselves, which could prove pretty dangerous as they're going to get their ultimates a little bit sooner here. We do see some nice trades coming onto Freya as she once again split from her teammate and working onto the blue side Lucy here. I'm not too sure what happened there. The red side Lucy was a little bit split from her teammate, and that might actually cost them here as the blue team looking a bit more healthier. Once again, Shifu going onto Lucy. He is going to focus on getting that mid orb as we see another in-cap coming out by Freya onto the blue side Lucy, but she is going to be able to fall back and start healing herself up. A nice double in-cap coming out from Shifu is going to put the blue team in a pretty commanding position now as he follows up with a nice whirlwind ultimate here. And that's going to be some big damage. Both the red side are able to escape from it, but dropping under 50% health could cause them some issues as we're already a minute underway in this 5th round. We do see the blue team losing out on middle orb here. We'll see how this pans out with the Lucy looking pretty healthy. A nice ultimate coming in by both Lucy's are going to hit their target. And a nice in-cap coming in from Shifu is going to keep Freya locked down, but she does bounce back in. Somehow Lucy is able to roll away, but with only 10% health here, she's in a bit of a sticky situation. But Shifu looking quite healthy here as he follows in some nice damage onto Freya, but she with a big Petrify coming onto the blue side. Lucy is going to once again leave him in a 2v1 here, but potentially could turn this around with the right play. We'll see how this pans out with 10 seconds away from sudden death. The red team do pick up middle orb for themselves here. As each team trading, we do actually see Freya miss her ultimate. Could that prove costly now? But a nice stun coming in onto Shifu is going to drop him under 50% health. A big ultimate coming in by Lucy here, and he's stuck in it. Nice body blocking right there from Freya to keep him from escaping from that ultimate there. Nicely played. That's going to be 4-1 to our Team Keppo. Again, this is a best of 1. So if Team Keppo take the next round, they will be moving on. Nicely done. That was good use of Freya's, I wouldn't say she's bigger tool, but she made good use of her booty to block Shifu from getting out of the ultimate there. So we're coming in. Can the blue team turn us around? I certainly think they can. But 2 missed javelins coming out from Shifu already is going to put them in a bit of a bad position as Freya once again getting aggressive on the blue side Lucy as Shifu working on the red one down here. But again, I think this is a mistake, panicking away the Lucy as Shifu is able to follow the damage, but great use of the wall to actually rotate away from it, and use of a barrier to keep her alive as we see Freya and Lucy battling up on the top side. Pretty even at the moment. Nice Petrify coming onto Shifu as he once again able to break that and start working on his opponent's middle orb is up. We'll see if either team decides to favour that this time around. Blue team do pick that up for themselves, which is going to be pretty big. A nice javelin coming onto Lucy. It's a big damage coming out here. Nice use of his Kunju as we see blue team chucking out her ultimate here, not really making too much happen, but it could be enough as the blue team looking pretty command here. Once again, mid orb is going to be coming up. We're almost a minute away through this round. It should be an easy pick up But we do actually see the red team sneaking that out there, and that was really nicely played by Freya. Great timing with her hammer toss to pick that up for her team there. And also picking up her ultimate, and we'll see how this pans out. Her in-cap into ult combo has been pretty powerful on that blue side Lucy at the moment, so we'll see how it goes as she starts working in. She needs to start getting healing up, but Lucy, I feel the red side Lucy was running around on the map a little bit too much there, and that could be quite costly as you see Freya is actually going to chuck out a Thunderstrike, but already under 20% health before going into that was pretty huge. She was split away from her teammate for too long then, and by the time the heal started coming in, it was too late as we see Corruptor started working onto the red side Lucy, and they're going to be able to easily take this round. Nicely done by the blue team. I feel Lucy got split from Freya there. She could have been quite easy there sooner to start healing her up, but by that point it was too late. Nicely done. Makes things a little bit more interesting again. Team Keppo only need to win one more round to move on to the next game. As we see, once again, Shifu missing his Javelin. He does actually land, this time, a nice Kunju onto Freya, but really not making too much happen here as a nice barrier from the red side Lucy is going to keep her pretty healthy, a big panic, and that's what we need to see here. Once again, I feel Lucy, the red side Lucy, really needs to be keeping up that panic for Shifu. Once again, great use of his Conjure ability is actually going to be able to allow him to get onto Lucy here, dropping around to 50% health with two nice charged up impales here. It's pretty huge. Mid orb is up, but I don't think it's going to be needed as we get and see him once again proccing his Conjure here as Lucy is able to pick up both energy orbs for herself here and be able to secure the mid orb for the blue side. A big Petrify coming in is going to allow some nice damage onto the blue side Lucy, but once again a nice in-cap is going to allow Shifu to start trading back some deadly blows. Changing his focus onto Freya this time around. He does actually miss out on his Javelin as she uses her ultimate, but not too much to effect. But once again, two ultimates really being whiffed, I feel, by the blue team there. They didn't get as much as they could have done here as they're choosing to focus the Freya over the Lucy, but at the moment it is actually working as the two are looking pretty healthy compared to Freya, whose shields are going to actually start running out. But Shifu making a nice in-cap. He has actually changed his focus onto the red side Lucy. Nice Javelin toss along with the in-cap there. Is going to drop her pretty low, but his teammates in all kinds of trouble as Freya really putting the pound down. Great use of his Conjure is actually going to throw him behind Lucy here. Nice impale as well, but a barrier is going to keep her alive for the time being. We do see the red side Lucy ultimate dropping blue Lucy under quite a little bit of health here, but a nice turnaround by the blue team as they look to be taking this round quite comfortably. Nicely done. That does put us to 4-3 at the moment. I think the ultimates were a little bit bad from everyone in that round, but GG to the blue team. They've turned it around. They still have 2 more rounds to win if they want to be moving on to the next stage of the tournament, and 1 more round only needed for Team Keppo. We'll see how it pans out. That was some, I feel that Shifu propped pretty much every Conjure ability then, which was huge. And a little bit of split focus did come out of the blue team, but in the end, going on to Lucy, they were able to easily destroy her. He does actually miss his Javelin toss here, and that could prove deadly, but a nice Conjure is going to allow him to jump back on top of her as he takes off 20% health there, dropping her under about 60% at the moment with a nice charge up impale, but his Lucy's in all kinds of bothers as Freya getting pretty hammered at the moment. I believe the blue team did actually pick up mid orb there, which could be pretty useful going into this round at the moment in time, with 40 seconds already down on the clock. Lucy is actually caught away from her teammate here as a nice panic coming onto Freya, not too much going to happen, and he's actually going to waste his whirlwind here as he went a little bit too soon on that one there. Could prove costly as Lucy getting pounded by Freya at the moment, while Shifu putting some nice damage down onto the red side Lucy here. We do actually see blue Lucy caught in the sticky goo ultimate here. She's going to chuck down her own one, but not really going to come to too much effect. A nice Kunju coming. Can he finish off Lucy before Freya gets there? He does actually have the health advantage, but all the red team need to play safe now as about to end a sudden death, and they should be able to easily pick this one up. But a nice in-cap coming out from Shifu is going to give him some nice damage as Freya does pick up the health and energy orbs on that top side of the map. A nice Petrify is going to allow the red team to pick up this mid orb, which is going to give them a nice amount of health and energy from that as the arenas start closing in on our 2 opponents. Big in-cap coming out from Shifu, but a nice panic, and I think he's really going to struggle to turn this one around with the deadly infection and in-cap combo going to be taking Team Keppo onto the next stage of the tournament. Well played by them. They're pretty convincing really in that one. Shifu, once he was landing his Conjure abilities, he was looking pretty deadly, but just wasn't able to follow it up. I feel Freya definitely put out a lot more damage than what he did. But it was well played, and that's going to be our first part of the tournament over. I'll let you bosses. I'll put on the brackets, and we'll find out who we're going to be watching next. Freya proved real deadly then. Her ultimate, the in-cap with her ultimate combo was insane on Lucy. It was causing some real big damage, and Shifu just wasn't really able to answer back. In some situations when he was able to proc those conjures, he was looking pretty good, but Capo played it well and took that one pretty convincingly. But yeah, we shouldn't be too long until the next round bosses. I'll keep you informed. Yeah, I do agree about that. Yeah, it's a fair point. Yeah, the blue Shifu did miss way too many ultimates, and also Lucy's Krypton Goo wasn't all that effective. Like Freya was body blocking, was doing some nice body blocking to keep her in their Krypton Goo, which worked pretty damn effective. And again, that ultimate combo was just deadly. But also, I think a bit of split focus coming out from the blue team. Like they were at one point they were whittling down Freya, and they dropped her like 40% health, and then decided then to go on to Lucy, which I feel like if they're going to go for anyone, they should just stick on that target instead of switching, because they're just getting pounded themselves during that whole time. But yeah, we shouldn't be too much longer till the next round bosses. Shifu certainly to be favoured choice during the tournament for the EU side. I didn't actually really see NA play him too much, especially during Q1 and Q2. Shifu was played a hell of a lot, but he kind of dropped off. Whilst the main champion I saw NA playing really was Ascar and Lucy again. Lucy was the most played champion during the EU tournaments, and the same for the NA side. Yeah, for sure, no, I do agree, buddy. Freya was really nice. I was really impressed with her in cap, and then with the ult combo, Lucy just couldn't do anything about it. It was a good sort of like 50 to 60% of the health she lost in that trade.
searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk.
Alright, it shouldn't be too much longer, bosses, and we'll be able to jump into our next round of tonight's grand finale. Like I say, there's $250 up for grabs, with the winner taking $175, the runners up will be taking $75, and the team finishing third place will be taking home 2 demonic mounts. And also, I have 5 of them to give away during the stream, so stay tuned and I'll let you know how you bosses can get hold of those.
Coming home, Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
So we saw in the previous games, Bruce Lee did beat Helium, and they're going to be moving on to face Team Keppo, who we just casted over. And then we also saw In-Cap OP Baby Rage beating Time Goat, along with Burning Sands losing out to Flower Power, so they're going to be taking on In-Cap OP Baby Rage. We're just letting them sort out the map they wish to be playing on. And we're going to be casting over Incap, OP Baby Rage and Flower Power. So in the previous tournaments we saw Incap, they were the winners of Q2, and Flower Power finished up second place in the Q4 tournament, played the Dramong and Older, along with switching up and Tear and Lucy in one of the rounds. Whilst Incap were our Croak and Jade combo, which I was really a big fan of. The Croak and Jade was deadly. We saw the Incap coming from Croak and then followed up with the Snipe from Jade. It just allowed them to put out tons of damage and proved real deadly, as we did actually see them win that tournament. Hopefully we'll see some more Croak and Jade in tonight's game. But yeah, it should be a couple minutes bosses whilst they decide who they wish to play and what map they want to play on, and we'll be able to jump into it. Alright bosses, they're literally just picking their champions now, and we'll be able to jump in. So again, this is going to be a best of 1, 5 rounds, and we'll see how it pans out. So previously we did see Incap, OP Baby Rage, they're the ones who were running the Croak and Jade combo, which I was a massive fan. It's probably the most exciting thing, along with the Shifu and Ascot combo, where they Incapped someone with Croak and then followed up with Jade Snipe, along with just lots of auto attacks and crazy amount of damage. So we'll see how that pans out getting into tonight's game. Again, there's $250 up for grabs. The winner is going to be taking 175, and then 75 for the runners up. And our third place team will be taking home 2 demonic mounts. And I have 5 of them to give away during the stream, so we're going to be giving away one shortly as well to one of you lucky viewers. Alrighty then, we're pretty much ready to go. Whilst we just change the team names quickly, as fast as I can type. So it's going to be Incap, OP Baby Rage taking on Flower Power, who were the runners-up in our Q4, which was the one we recently cast over. As both teams come charging in, let's get rid of this fog of war and we can see what we have down. So the Croak and Jade combo, big fan of this. We do actually see him running on the Thunder mount, which looks absolutely kick-ass as Croak once again aggressive here. Nice knockback coming out of Tear. She does use her haste to create some distance away from the Frogman. She doesn't want to be getting too involved with him, as we see nice work coming out, but a great use from Older then is actually going to bounce that Snipe back, denying Jade from picking up the middle orb, which looked pretty much set to be. Croak taking some big damage here, and here we see the Incap. He was going to go for the Snipe, but a nice barrier coming in from Older is going to be able to keep that away for the time being. Great use of his abilities right now from the Keeper of Time. As we see the blue team looking a little bit startled at the moment. We have to remember with the healer there, if they don't make something happen quickly, they're going to be in all kinds of trouble, as Older is going to be able to heal up his teammate. Getting a bit of aggression onto Taya. She is actually dropped quite low. We do see time travel come out to keep her away from harm, but a nice in-cap into the snipe combo, and that's going to be some huge damage onto Older as we see Jade actually go for her ultimate here, but I think maybe she caught the wall or just didn't get the right angle. Maybe it was a bit too hasty on that one there, and we'll see if that does actually end up costing them as a nice in-cap coming out onto Taya. We are going to see the snipe land up, and that's going to be some big damage along with a spell block, and a great turnaround coming out of the blue team here. Man, I love this combo. We haven't seen it for a while. It is proving deadly. I'm hoping to see the Askar and Shifu paying up against this, and nicely done. Easy work. Great job. Big turnaround. I thought the blue team might have been in a bit of trouble then when Older originally dropped down his barrier to block that incoming snipe, and Jade lost out in the mid orb from that. That was huge, but it just has so much damage. It's crazy. We'll see how this goes in to our next round. But yeah, the one thing with Older, as much as he can actually use his Chrono Flux to block it, is an X-Shift ability, so it does revolve around him having 25% energy there, and also is going to reduce the amount of times he can potentially actually use Time Traveler, but at the same time, if it can block these snipes from hitting him or his teammate, I think it's going to be pretty damn important. So one thing the blue team could look to do, if they can actually get that in-cap onto Older, it's going to actually stop him from doing that, and allow them to just put that crazy amount of damage down we've seen already so far. We do see the red team actually picking up the middle orb this time around as the blue team is starting to get a bit aggressive onto Older, chucking out his bag of the sand, keeping his ally alive for the time being. Jade actually running pretty low here. A nice haste coming out from Taya. She is going to actually get in-capped by Croak, allowing this big amount of damage to come down with a nice spell block. Going to keep her at bay. We do see once again Jade not making too much happen with her ultimate, and actually killing herself in the end there. Well played by Older, making great use of his Chrono Flux, along with some nice damage coming out from Taya. As we see Croak stuck in a 2v1. How's he going to pan this out as he does actually miss his Venomous Spit here. Looking a bit of trouble as we enter sudden death for the first time this game. He's going to enter into the stealth rounds, making some nice damage coming out onto Taya, but being this low health, I think he's really going to be able to struggle with the amount of knockbacks and heals that are going to be able to come out of the red team here. And he does actually get a nice in-cap, but it's merely a consolation prize. GG. Nice play by our red team. One thing, if they can actually make good use of Taya's knockbacks along with her movement speed, and as we saw Older making great use of his Chrono Flux on Jade's ultimate there, could prove pretty deadly moving into these rounds. And if they can't actually kill their opponents quick enough, obviously Older's going to be able to chuckle as much sand out as he wishes to keep him and his buddy alive. As we move on to round 3. Again, this is a best of 1 bosses, so whoever takes these first 5 rounds will be moving on to our next stage of the tournament. We do have a losers bracket as well, so potentially we may be able to get to watch your favourite players a little bit later on during the tournament. As we see Jade not make anything happen of her snipe down. I'm not sure why she actually deflected it, and maybe she could have cancelled it, but decided not actually to follow that through this time around. As we see Croak coming in onto a nice in-cap onto Older here, but Jade's just not in the position to follow up as Taya kept her at bay. We do see the red team actually pick up mid-orb somehow, along with Jade actually using a sniper. That was good damage coming out from Taya to secure that self with her boomerangs. As we look at the red team looking pretty commanding at the moment. Some nice damage coming out from Jade onto Taya, and Croak going to be looking to get that big stun off, but with Jade's sniper already down, she isn't going to be able to have the follow-up, and this is what's kind of cost them at the moment. It seems to be a bit of split focus coming from the blue team. Mid-orb is up once again. A nice spell block coming in onto Taya. She's going to be able to use a tornado to chuck her out of harm's danger, but a big stun coming out onto Older. We do see she unleashes her ultimate and getting a couple of nice hits here, and I think the blue team looking pretty good at the moment as they're able to easily drop off Older in this situation. The blind is going to be on Taya, some nice venom coming out. She is going to be able to pick up both health orbs in this bottom side for herself, but I really feel it's a bit of a consolation prize as we see a nice silence along with Croak coming in to finish off the job. We do actually have her trying to potentially turn this one around. Be a nice knockback onto Croak. She's getting pushed further and further out of this arena as we're about to enter sudden death, but it's not going to come to that. And a nice pick up by the blue team. Lucy, yeah, I'm pretty sure we probably will see some more Lucy throughout tonight's tournament, the EU and NA side. I'd say NA, I believe it was 8 times picked during the finals, the Q1 to the Q4 for the EU and 9 or 10 times for the NA. So a very popular pick and a very popular support. But I'm a big fan of Older myself. I love him. The bar and all the way around. Chucking out sands. Little bags of sand. Can't mess with him. As we come into our 4th round, again, this really could go either way. It's just depending on how much knockbacks we can actually see out of the red team and how well they can actually kite the blue team, especially avoiding those in-cap stuns, which isn't the easiest thing, as Croak with his stealth ability can just come out of nowhere and be all Yoda on your ass. As we see the red team commanding the middle at the moment, a nice in-cap coming in, but we do see Jade miss up a follow snipe here, but not really making too much of a difference as Taya dropped under 50% health at the moment, but nice heals coming from Older is going to keep her at bay, as a nice wind bomb does actually group up both members of the blue team, but not proving too much issues, as we see a nice snipe combo coming out of the blue team here onto Older. But evenly being traded at the moment. I missed who actually did pick up the middle orb, as we see Croak getting a little bit aggressive at the top side, but not going to make too much happen here as Jade unleashes her snipe to pick up the middle orb here. Nicely done. It is going to allow her to get her ultimate for the first time this round, as Croak under 10% health at the moment. We do see Jade once again miss her snipe. I think she did actually have it on target, but for some reason once again decided to flip it around here. Her ultimate is still up as she actually unleashes it, only getting one hit off of the 4 there, which could prove quite close, but a nice in-cap and snipe combo once again proven deadly. Just as you think the red team have it, that combo comes out and kapow. I'll see you guys later as Older stuck in a 2v1 here, and he's really going to be able to struggle to turn this one around. As a nice foul block along with some huge damage coming out of the blue team. Nicely done. I felt when Jade actually missed her ultimate they could have been a bit of trouble there, only getting 1 out of the 4 hits, but once that combo's landed, you're pretty much history. Nicely done. That's going to be 3-1 to our in-cap OP Baby Rage. Again, they were the winners of our Q2, running this exact combo, which proved deadly throughout the tournament. I think we cast like 3 of their games, and I was really impressed with it. The only thing what kind of countered it, which we didn't actually see, it was from the NA team with the Shifu and Askar running the same sort of in-cap into stun combo. As we see Jade once again missing a snipe. She seems to be having them lined up, but keeps changing her mind at the last moment, which I don't understand why she doesn't actually cancel her ability instead. But nonetheless, it isn't really going to cost them here, as the blue team looking to get aggressive now with Croak, but his camouflage is actually going to run out of time here, as we see him not make too much happen. The blue team do pick up middle orb there. Jade deciding to use her snipe to pick that up for herself, which was nicely played and could prove pretty damn effective as they're closer to getting our ultimates here. The red team rotate onto the bot side are going to be able to pick up both health orbs and an energy orbs to the south as the blue team get their share on the top side. With each team looking pretty even at the moment, a nice snipe coming out from Jade once again is going to be able to secure that orb. It's a great ability with like one more auto attack from coming out from her along with the snipe combo. She can easily secure that, as she does actually look to go for ultimate, but cancelling it at the last moment there is only going to lose out on 25% of their energy. So as a smart movers with the Chronoflux coming out of Older could have proved quite costly, as he's dropped down a pretty low, but Taya getting aggressive onto Jade, deciding to actually going to come and help out a teammate here. A nice Petrify coming out from Older is going to be able to keep him alive for the time being, as we see Taya get aggressive, but the in-cap snipe combo, just if you feel things are going well, but a nice ultimate, I was about to say, coming out of Jade, but dropping so low already. We do see the boomerang blades be able to cancel that and drop her, and Croak stuck in a 2v1. Time travel is going to come out from Older. He's going to use it to retreat to the top side, only for Taya to actually throw him back in there. A bit miscommunication coming out from the 2 players, but at the moment it hasn't cost them, as Croak looking to get aggressive. He has actually picked up his friendly ally's ultimate, which could be pretty huge with Venom Wind, as we see him to use it on Croak. I believe Older somehow still alive. Nice whirlwind coming out from Taya is going to keep his buddy away from harm, but Croak getting aggressive here really could go either way, as once again he enters the stealth round but does actually miss his followed up auto attack here, and that's going to see the red team taking us to 2 rounds to the south. Nicely done. That was a bit hectic then. I felt I felt when Taya chucked Older back into the fray after used time travel to get out, I thought they were going to be in all kinds of trouble, but luckily they were able to avoid. They were able to kite Croak easily enough then, and nicely done. I was quite surprised Older didn't actually get dropped with the Venom Wind there, but he just couldn't follow up enough damage. As we come into our next round then, once again the blue team not being too fussed to be bullied out of this middle arena, as they're going to use the darkness to their advantages. Once again Croak coming in, but waiting too long on that stunning is going to make anything happen, as we see Jade use her snipe to actually pick up mid orb. Nicely done. It's going to be able to give them that bit of energy boost and get their ultimates a bit sooner, which could be important, prove pretty damn useful. As we see Chronoflux only begin to drop a couple Autoflax here as Tail already under 10% health here. Nice damage coming out from the blue team. Aren't going to be able to finish off just yet as they switch their focus onto Older, but a nice Petrify coming out on Jade is going to keep the red team in the money for this point in time. With the middle orb still up, we do see Jade rotating to the bot side, with the blue team once again picking up the middle orb. A nice in-cap stun coming out of the red team. We do see Taya just about picking off Jade, but stuck in a 1v1 with Croak. This is never going to be too fun as he lands a nice one and win. She does actually dodge out the incoming tick of poison with her Whirlwind ability, but it's not going to be enough with only 5% health left or anyway. GG. Nicely done. So that is going to be one more round. If InCamp can take this next round, they will be moving on to the next stage of the tournament. Again, if you're a fan of Flower Power, I love the name, they will be dropping into the loser bracket, so potentially we will still be able to see them at some point later on in the tournament, and they still have the potential of getting into tonight's final as well. As we see a nice snipe hitting Taya, but not really going to have the follow-up at the moment, as Older looking to heal up his ally at the time being. Once again, Croak getting nice and aggressive. He's going to drop Older under 20% health. He is going to use his time travel ability to get out of harm's danger, but the blue team looking pretty commanded at the moment. A nice Chronoflux is actually going to deny Jade from picking up that middle orb, but Croak once again able to get a nice auto attack in there on the sly and pick it up from his teammate. A nice snipe coming in as we see Croak starting to get aggressive here as he enters the stealth round, but not going to make anything happen at this moment in time as he is split away from his teammate, but some nice damage coming out onto Taya here as we see Croak using his frog leap to get behind his opponent. A nice snipe coming out to pick up mid-orb for the blue team. It's looking a bit dangerous at the moment. The red team have everything to play for now. If they lose this round, they will be out and moving into the loser bracket. As we're about a minute away into this round. Jade lining up a snipe, does actually cancel this time, and she isn't going to make anything happen. Once again cancelling it, which is first time we've been seeing her do this tournament, but a nice Chronoflux coming in is actually going to deny her from picking up the middle orb and also take a massive chunk of damage here, and this really could give the red team the advantage to get back into this game as Croak running pretty low himself, and this is what I was talked about earlier. If the blue team can't finish it off, they are going to get out healed here. Jade is going to be able to pick up both health wars, but these really is the middle, that's the main focus at the moment. A nice knockback coming out of Taya is going to keep Croak at bay as we're about 20 seconds away from coming to sudden death. A nice Chronoflex is going to keep Taya from harm, but not too much damage coming out onto Jade on that one. But both blue team running under 10% health here. A nice snipe coming out, and a great Whirlwind ability is actually going to avoid her from the incoming Jade's ultimate, as the blue team starting to turn this back around as we see Jade look to pick up the middle orb with a snipe ability. Easily done. A bit of a wasted Chronoflex coming out of Older this time around, and this really could go either way as we do see the in-cap snipe come down, and that is actually going to leave Older in a 2v1 situation, and a great turnaround by the blue team here. Really, when you thought the red team had it, wow, the Jade and Croak combo is just deadly for sure. Well played by in-cap OP Bay Rage. They will be moving on to the next round of the tournament. Like I say, Flower Power will drop into the loser bracket, so potentially we still may actually get to cast over them a little bit later. But great play. The Croak and Jade combo is just deadly. I've never seen anything like it. The in-cap into the snipe, along with them just allowing to hit them 10,000 auto attacks. As much as it always looked like Older and Teo were turning it around, they just got dropped dead. So I'm going to bring up the brackets, and it'll be probably a couple minutes before we jump into the next one, bosses. But what a game. That was really well played by the blue team there, and especially to win that last one, that was really impressive. It felt like the red team easily had that, but I don't think they necessarily did anything wrong. Just the power of Croak be coming up behind you, and you're like, oh, yo, where you at? And next thing you know, then you get sniped by Jade, and unfortunately, as much as Older's Chronofluxes were on point, he can't be constantly doing them, as they are an X-shift ability which does cost 25% of his energy. Nicely done. As I mentioned earlier, the in-cap into snipe combo is deadly for sure. I was truly proven then. We'll see how they get on moving into the later stages of tonight's tournament. But yeah, it shouldn't be too long, bosses, and we'll be able to jump into the next one. I'll keep you posted. I will pick up the brackets in a second. The brackets won't have updated at the moment. Once they do, I'll forward them on to you. So in the other game that's taking place at the moment, we're seeing Bruce Lee and Team Keppo. That's the one currently underway. Team Keppo were the previous team we cast over in the first game tonight. So we'll see how that goes. Bruce Lee does actually have the #1 player in EU who's dominating with his Shifu play in the Q1 tournament. Yeah, I actually have the stream overlay blinking for me. I thought it might just be something on my end. My Twitch is bugging out. I'm not too sure why that is. Hopefully it's not blinking during game. I'll bring out the brackets for you at the moment, bosses, but like I say, it hasn't actually updated, so we're currently just seeing what we previously noticed. We just got to wait for the results of Bruce Lee and Team Keppo to come in, and then we'll be able to see the updated brackets. You can check it out at playtourney.com. You do need an account. That's the link if you wish to go on there. Okay then, bosses, I've got one key to give away now. So this is for the demonic mount that was previously available during the Halloween. If you bought one of the Halloween packs, I think they were like 750 gold, or you could actually use real money. Unfortunately, I never got one, but I have a couple of keys to give away during tonight's stream for the EU and then the NA tournament, and also the team finishing in 3rd place tonight will get one for themselves as well. So I shall sort this out right now. So if you want to win a key, all you have to do is, in the next few minutes from now, is use the word, let me double check that this actually will work. So the keyword is mount me, written like this. If you wish to win a demonic mount, and if you enter that right now, then you'll be in for the chance, or be chucked into the draw, and potentially be able to win one. I'll give it like 2 minutes so you bosses can try your hardest to get one, but like I say, there is 5 I have, so I'm going to give 3 during the actual tournament, 2 at the end of the tournament, and if you stick around to the NA tournament, I still have another 5 to give away, which I'll be doing the same thing, so good luck. So again, if anyone joining now, if you wish to win a demonic mount, just type in mount me, because we love mounting me, and yeah, you'll be in for the potential chance of winning one. Give it another minute and then we'll pick our winners. Like I say, after this I still have another 4 to give away. So we'll be doing a couple later on in the stream, and then also have some to give away during the NA tournament, which will be taking place at 12 PM, I believe. That's for English time, and it works out at 7 for any of you Americans if you're actually watching now. Oh, you guys certainly want to mount me, I love it. Alright, maybe 10 more seconds and then I will let the bot do its business. Yeah, they're just in the draft lobby now, bosses, and they're deciding what map they want to play and what champions they're going to be playing on, and then we'll be able to actually jump underway into our next game tonight. I shall very shortly. Okay. Our bot has chosen our winner. Congratulations to. I shall type your name as I probably can't pronounce it very well. Sergitolu, something around those lines. My pronunciation sucks. If that's you, message me now, and I will sort you. I have the code waiting for you, buddy, so I'll be able to sort that out, man. But like I say, we shouldn't be too much longer, and we'll be able to get underway for the next game. I shall whisper you now, boss. Congratulations. Like I say, we still actually have 4 to give away, so if you didn't win one this time around, you're still plenty of time, and again, there's going to be 5 given away during the NA tournament, so there's still plenty of time, bosses. You have to enter the key on Steam, I believe. That's how the previous ones worked. But yeah, we shouldn't be too much longer, bosses, and we'll be able to get underway for the next game tonight. So we're going to be casting over Team Keppo, and the very powerful and deadly combo we saw in the last game, Croak and Jade with from the in-cap OP Baby Rage. It's the demonic mount, I believe. So it would be the one what was Halloween. It's like the one that looks all evil. It had like red horns, maybe like electric on it. Potentially, you could only get it from the Halloween chest, which I believe's ended now. So yeah, there's still 9 keys to be given away during tonight. 4 more for the EU tournament, and then another 5 when the NA one kicks off. So we're going to be once again seeing Team Keppo, who we cast over our first game today, and in-cap OP Baby Rage, who we just watched then, kicking some serious ass with the Jade and Croak combo. Teams have chosen their teams, and we're going to be able to get underway. I believe it's the I'm a bit, can you confuse me now? It's a mount, some kind of badass mount, I believe. Unfortunately, I don't have it. Sad times. But I say there's still 9 to give away, so potentially you guys can actually get your hands on it. We'll just change up the Fog of War, and also I'm going to quickly take away teams' names quickly as they get underway. We'll have to deal with how they sound quickly. Alrighty then. Hopefully we didn't miss too much as we see Croak getting a little bit aggressive here. So Croak and Jade, I think, is an insane combo. The in-cap and the snipe just proves real deadly. We did actually miss out who picked up the first middle orb, as we're going to see in the Freya and Lucy, which again was the ones who beat out the sheep fruit from earlier. I believe Freya actually picked that orb up, or maybe I looked by the look, it could have went either way, but there was some big damage coming out from either team onto that orb. We see that Croak looking to get onto Lucy. A nice knockback is actually going to deny that incoming in-cap, but Jade still lines up the snipe. A great use of her barrier is going to keep her out of damage as she uses her roly-poly to pick up both health orbs on the bottom side. But great use of the snipe coming out from Jade to pick up middle orb for herself, as the team's looking pretty even at the moment. A nice ultimate coming out of Jade, but in all fairness, she ended up missing the last 2 shots there, but a big win coming out of Croak, and that's some huge damage coming out to Lucy. Just as I felt that Jade whipped her ultimate, it started off quite nicely, but she did actually miss the last 2 hits. Croak comes out of nowhere and absolutely annihilates Lucy there, and it's going to leave Freya in a very difficult 2v1. But she does actually get a pretty decent ultimate off, but only drops her into her death. First round going over to in-cap with the insane Jade and Croak combo. Also, a quick mention, I'll let you bosses just send you the link a little bit later. You can actually sign up for the next tournament now if you want to get involved in the next Playtourney EU and NA qualifiers. It'll be the same sort of strategy as this one's gone down. You can sign up now on their website, and that's going to be taking place on November the 25th. I'll give you a bit more details after we leave this game. As we see Jade toy with the idea of a snipe, not going to be making anything happen this time around, as both teams looking pretty evenly matched at this moment in time. We do see a nice back coming from the blue team. They're going to be able to pick up that middle AWP themselves as Croak panicked away, not really taking too much damage here. He does actually end a stealth. He isn't going to make anything happen more as a retreat, as we do see Jade getting pulled into the center, but she's going to be able to backflip her way out of danger with Lucy picking up both, Freya even picking up both halves. Nice in cap and panic. I think the panic actually probably screwed the in cap actually over then. It would have been better holding on to that panic for a little bit longer instead of chucking Croak away when they could have got some nice damage down. But we'll see how that actually pans out now, as the blue team getting a bit aggressive, as a bit of a whiffed ultimate coming out of Lucy. In some sense it did push them away, but it isn't going to make much happen here, as we do see Freya picking up her ultimate. A nice ultimate coming out from Jade, and a Petrify is going to keep her in place with Croak under 30% health at the moment. We see Jade pick up the middle AWP for her team here. Nicely done, as the team's trading pretty even, but all we have to wait and see as the Croak gets behind them, and then kapow. Lucy trying her best to heal up her teammate. Will it be enough, as we're 30 seconds away from going into sudden death. Miss Smail block coming out of Jade. She does land up her sniper ability. And does actually whiff that, even with the in cap there. I think she tried rotating a little bit too quickly and couldn't get her mark, as we see Croak getting dropped dangerously low now, and a big hammer throw coming out is actually going to drop him here. Jade going to be stuck in a 2v1, and she does get some nice blows with that silence hound to Freya. She unleashes her ultimate, but a nice jump coming out for Freya does avoid most of the damage. Once again, we do see Crippling Goo not really hitting its target this time around, but it isn't going to cause much issue, as it would have been a big turnaround for Jade to have done that. If she'd maybe got a few more hits off her ultimate, but Freya's just such a mobile champion with her leap and then her E. At least she's got like three different kind of counters for all those ultimates, so yeah, nicely done. Well played by the blue team. Alrighty then, so one apiece. We're going to be coming into round 3. So it really could go either way. It depends on how quickly Jade and Croak can get that damage out, but at the same time it only takes them a second to turn things around, as we saw in the previous game. The red team looking pretty commanding on the middle. We'll see if they decide to pick it up this time around. Not really too much happening at this moment in time. Freya does actually get some nice damage out onto Croak, and a great use of her counter to avoid the incoming snipe. But they do lose out on mid orb in the process, as we see Jade and Croak picking up both health and energy orbs on the outer side. 40 seconds down, we are about to see the second middle orb spawning up again. The red team did pick that up the first time around. Great use of the snipe combo to easily pick them up themselves. But the blue team looking pretty healthy at the moment. Croak already losing 30% of his health before this engagement, but some nice damage coming on to Lucy. Did she actually use her rolly to get out of the incoming pain, but a great use of the stun combo along with the incoming clip from Jade is going to put her in a bad position, but a massive panic just as Croak was lining up his Venom Wind, which would have shortly actually picked off Lucy there. She does get panicked away, keeping her alive for the time being, but his ultimate is still held, and we'll see what he makes of this, as she does land a nice ultimate, but great use of Petrify along with her shield to actually block most of the damage there, but running dangerously low. We do see Thunderstrike come out. Unfortunately, Croak is going to be able to lunge out of the incoming ultimate, and Freya in all kinds of trouble now in this 2v1. There was a great panic originally coming out from Lucy, but unfortunately Croak still held his ultimate and was able to easily land it that time around. Nicely done. Victory is ours. Indeed, Croaky buddy. I'm amazed by this Croak. Just as every time you think Croak and Jade are in all kinds of trouble, the next thing you know, they just land that in cap and kapass. See you later, buddy. It's so dangerous. Like, even if Jade doesn't necessarily land it up with a snipe, it just allows her to get in a position where, like, say, if she gets her silence off, or she can just unload a whole clip, which is like, what, I believe six per auto with Jade. It's a hell of a pain train. especially if they pick up Lucy first, and Freya just has no chance. But again, it really could go either way. It depends on how much they can make good use of the panic, but with the amount of stealth and stuns that the red team do offer with this combo is certainly hard, as we do see Freya actually wasting her combo here. Counter even as mid orb is going to come out. She isn't going to get hurt for that, as the red team do pick up mid orb this time around. Nicely done. Again, with Jade's snipe, it's pretty much hard to steal that away from her, as we see the red team getting aggressive here. Nice amount of damage coming out from either team, looking pretty even. A great roller is going to actually dodge the incoming snipe, but Freya taking a massive clip to the face. We do see Jade unleash her ultimate, but getting cancelled midway through that. She is going to keep 75% of her energy, as we see her start unloading her clip now. Only really catching both members there, not getting the full amount of damage that could potentially happen, as Croak stuck on the bottom side on his own. His ultimate is up, we'll see what he makes happen here. Nice stun coming out from it, great use of the barrier to avoid the incoming damage, as the blue team looking at all kinds of trouble. A nice Cryptic Goo coming out of Lucy, but she is going to drop here. A great Thunderclap coming out from Fred, does actually pick off Croak then in his stealth. That was really nicely done, as she rotates topside to pick up both health orbs. Again, we do see Jade easily pick up that mid orb. All she has to do is get those two autos in there with the snipe, and your history, as we see another health orb spawn on top side. A big silence and stun coming out from Jade as she starts unleashing her ultimate. But as I said earlier, Freya's really mobile. She's able to actually leap over most of the damage there. Her ultimate is ready, but at the same time, Jade is just as mobile. And great counter coming in. That is actually going to avoid the incoming snipe, denying mid orb, as she looks to unleash her ultimate. And what a play by Freya. Wow play right there. As I say, Jade's pretty much guaranteed to get that mid orb with her snipe ability, but Freya jumping into harm's way with her counter, putting Jade in, picking up the mid orb for herself, and then unleashing her ultimate with Jade's leap down. She had no chance. Nicely done. 2-2. I say this really could go any way. As we see Jade toying with the idea. Already much happening at the moment. Middle orb is about to come up for the first time this round. We're currently drawn 2-2. Again, this is a best of 1, so the team taking the first 5 rounds will be moving on to our next stage of tonight's tournament. As we see the blue team getting a little bit aggressive on the Jade. Not much happening here. She's able to actually leap out of harm's danger. Nice silence coming out onto Freya, but again, great use of Lucy's barrier to keep her teammate out of harm's danger. A nice knockback is actually going to deny Jade from landing that snipe there, but the red team do actually pick up the middle orb still in the process, and Jade unleashes all 4 shots onto the blue team. A little bit of split focus, but nonetheless it was some nice damage and actually landed it for once. A big petrify coming out from Lucy has allowed them to start working on Croak, because they're a bit of split focus. I really feel they need to focus Croak down. Without any escapes down, he's pretty vulnerable, but nothing much happening as Jade actually puts some huge damage down onto Freya. Croak does actually pick up both orbs for himself once again. Jade making good use of a snipe to pick up that middle orb. Nice counterplay coming out from Freya here. She actually denies most of Jade's ultimate. Looking pretty even at the moment, as we're about 35 seconds away from sudden death. We'll get there, as either team trading pretty evenly. Lucy needs to start chucking her buddy some heals and herself at this moment in time, and looking a bit low. As mid orb is up once again, it is actually going to be picked up by the blue team just about. Croak deciding to carry on his focus with Lucy instead of picking it up, which I think we probably could have picked off. We'll see if that does cost them, as blue team both have ultimates up now. Nice counter coming in from Freya is going to put him in, as Croak getting a bit aggressive on the bottom side, but with a great stun in cap coming out onto Jade, has left him all alone here as he takes some huge damage. A nice Cryptic Goo is going to catch Croak, along with the Thunder Strike is going to drop this into a 2v1. Jade trying to make use of picking up that middle orb, but I really think she's going to be in all kinds of trouble here, as a nice in cap into panic. We do see the hammer toss missed by Freya, but it isn't really going to cost them here, with Jade being so low already. Nice turnaround by the blue team there. Really well played. The problem was Freya got a nice hammer in cap onto Jade then, which knocked her up, stunned her on the top side of the wall. Was way too far when she actually come out of it to help her teammate out, as he got all aggressive with his ultimate onto Lucy, and ended up costing them. Maybe he was a little bit too impatient, as it's 3-2 to our blue team. Nicely done. As we see blow for blow being traded at the moment. Not really much happening as mid orb's about to come up. We see Jade once again easily picking up with her sniper ability. Going to put her on 50% energy already. It's just too easy. A nice in-cap insta-stun combo coming out to Lucy. Is going to drop her pretty low, but she's going to be able to roll out in most of the danger along with the talent picked up from Freya, which gives her teammate a shield. It's going to keep them pretty healthy as the blue team trapped into the bottom corner at the moment. Jade does actually miss her incoming sniper, but does pick up mid-orb in the process as we're about a minute underway into this round. Jade already has her ultimate up, Croak's about 50% away, Freya not too far from herself, and we'll see how this starts to pan out as the blue team looking pretty healthy. The red team not looking too bad either as they were to pick up the orb and the health orbs on the outside. We do see Jade decide to unleash her ultimate to pick up mid-orb. I don't know if that was really actually worth it. We'll see how that actually pans out now as she's going to be quite a way off before seeing that again this round. As Croak get a bit aggressive here as his teammate is panicked away. A nice panic coming out into Croak. He does enter the stealth round. Going to keep him from taking any damage in this turnaround. As the blue team looking pretty healthy at the moment. We do see Jade cancel the snipe here as Croak looks to take mid-orb. He does actually lose out on that, and the blue team are both going to have their ultimates ready. As Croak getting pretty aggressive, about 50% off and getting his, and he could be in all kinds of trouble caught on this bottom side. He does get a nice in-cap onto Lucy, but again, a nice counter coming in from Flare is actually going to deny Jade from getting off that snipe as well played. She does actually unleash her ultimate, not making too much happen with it. But again, the riddle could go anywhere as we do actually see Freya completely whiff her ultimate. I'm not sure what she thought was going to happen with that. It was a bit of a random one there, and that could hurt as the blue team starting to take a bit of a pounding. Nice power block coming out from Jade. We do see Lucy dropping under 20% health now. She does actually land a nice crippling goo, and Freya once again body blocking really nicely. And that's actually going to see Jade get dropped here. Well played. Really for the red team, we're looking pretty commanding here, but there's no reason why Croak couldn't turn us around as he does actually miss his run and wind, and that could be all she wrote for this round. If he actually was able to catch a maybe. I think he had to go for it with sudden death coming in, but unfortunately with that ultimate down, it's going to be pretty damn hard to turn this one around. Nice knockbacks, great use of the counterplay coming out of Freya is going to give the blue team a 2-0 advantage. Nicely done.
I'm just so amazingly awesome at
Yeah, I think that I'd like to see a little bit more happen with the cosmetics, but again, I think I'm happy with the cosmetics they do have, considering it's an early access game, and hopefully maybe come January or the Q1 when it does come sort of free to play to the open public, they'll start reworking on the cosmetics. For now, I think the game, the cosmetics they have is fine, but yeah, it would be nice to see a little bit more happen with the weapons. But I enjoyed the Halloween ones, Jade skeleton gun and the pumpkin ivor gun is pretty damn cool. Also, Croak, I believe his one drips a little bit of blood as well for his Halloween weapon, as we see the blue team only needing one round to actually move on to the next game. A bit of an upset going on here as I felt the Jade and Croak combo were going to be making it all the way to the final, but it's great play coming out of the blue team so far. But sure could be turned around, they just need to get that big combo off as we do see it coming in, but with Freya being so mobile along with the panics and the shields coming out of Lucy is really keeping her teammate out of trouble here, along with Freya's counter as well. To dodge his incoming snipes would be pretty vital as we do see Jade unleash her ultimate, only really getting 2 hits here and not making too much happen as a nice panic keeps Croak away from us the time being, but Lucy has taken a bit of a pounding as the red team looking pretty good. So nice crippling goo is actually going to keep Jade in all kinds of trouble along with a thunderstorm. This could well be it, and we will be seeing in-cap OP Baby Rage dropping into our loser bracket. Great play coming out of the blue team. I was a big fan of the Croak and Jade combo, but I think they kind of met the match here. Freya's just so mobile. Jade really hasn't made too much happen for her ultimate, to be honest, this game. As we do see Croak getting aggressive with his win and wind, it really isn't going to be enough here as he does use his frog leap, and again, to delay this as long as possible. Well played by Team Capo. They are going to be moving on to next round tonight. I'm a little bit surprised. The red team did start off pretty well, but again, the blue team were able to kite nicely, make great use of the panic. Freya was jumping all up and down like a yo-yo, and it just caused the red team so many issues, really. They just couldn't get anything off. Jade didn't really make much happen with her ultimate, and we never really saw that in-cap stun that we were, which was so deadly in the previous round and previous tournament. Nicely done. Yeah, I didn't think Jade really made enough happen. Her ultimate, she was releasing her ultimate a bit too soon, and like when she did get, I think she maybe like most of the time maybe got 2 out of the 4 hits, and it just wasn't enough really. Her snipes just wasn't really there, and every time Croak went in, he was just kind of on his own, just didn't have the follow-up and took too much of a pounding, which then allowed the blue team to heal up, and it was nicely done. So I shall get out the brackets shortly. I'll just wait for them to update, and I'll be able to get those up for you bosses. The game, it was hard to play against. The Lucy played it well, just able to keep knocking back, great use of the shields. Even when I kind of felt that you were looking pretty strong and having them pinned in the corner, it just wasn't able to happen. And then every time you did unleash your ultimate, which looked on point, Breya would either counter it, denying that, and also pulling you into harm's danger, or she would just leap over it. She was just so mobile. It's a shame because I really do love your comp, but it was well played by the blue team for sure. So yeah, I'll let you know what the situation is shortly, bosses. We're just waiting for the next game to finish, and I'll be able to show you those brackets. So the next games we're going to be casting over is the loser brackets. I'm not 100% sure who we are going to be casting over just yet, but the loser brackets do have a chance of moving it into tonight's final as well. Indeed, Battlerite kicks ass, that's for sure, man. Again, like I say, we still have some more maps to give away. I'll let you know the situation on when we'll be letting go of the next one, bosses. So the loser brackets are going to be a best of 3, but only 3 rounds. So previously the games we've been casting over have been 5 rounds, but best of 1. So we'll be dropping rounds, but upping the amount of potential games, so allow the teams to be able to change the maps over to what they wish. Should be pretty hyped up. Life is good, buddy. This match has ended. Team Kepo won this one against OP Baby Rage. And we'll be moving on to the loser brackets now. I'm not 100% sure who we're actually going to be casting over just yet, but it shouldn't be too much longer, and I'll let you bosses know what the situation is with that one. But yeah, it shouldn't only be a couple more minutes, and we'll be able to get that underway. And then again, we have the tonight's NA finals. That's going to get underway at midnight English time, which I believe works out at 7 PM for Americans. Should be big hype with both of them. Both tournaments have $250 up for grabs. It's $175 for the winner, $75 for the runner-up, and then the team finish in third place get 2 of the demonic mounts that were given away to U-bosses. Yeah, they indeed they can. Hopefully they can. I'm a big fan of the Jade and Croak combo, so yeah, there's still there's still a chance. Like I said, they've got a best of 3, so be interested. Maybe they switch it up. I really like the Jade and Croak combo. Just the Freya and Lucy played it really well, and it proved why Lucy was such a popular pick. I believe she was chosen 8 times in the Q1 to Q4 finals, and the same for NA, was the most picked support. If it was a good Lucy, they can prove just so OP, as was proven then, and along with Freya was jumping over everything that was coming at her. So yeah, they still got a chance. Should we get a drink? So yeah, it should be only a couple more minutes, bosses, and we'll be able to get underway on the next game. Yeah, everything's happening today. The whole tournament will finish today, so we've probably got like a couple more hours, and then you have the NA one, which would be tonight as well. So if you're going to offer English time, yeah, the loser bracket will be happening now. So the loser bracket's now, and then there'll be a couple games in loser brackets, and then we'll be moving on to the final tonight. So everything happens. The whole tournament will end tonight. Probably about 2 or 3 hours. I know it depends on how long the games go.
I place my dreams among the stars while I'm standing on the pavement. Spinning around, lost and found, just trying to make a statement. Lift the weight off my shoulders, set me free. With the birds in the sky is where I'd like to be. Without gravity to hold us down, together we lose sight of the ground.
Sorry I kept you waiting forever and a day. But now we're out here together with nothing standing in our way. Can you feel the attraction? Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside us like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. Like electricity. Taking over your body, it's flowing through your mind. This feeling's got me on fire. Don't ever leave it all behind. Can you feel the attraction? Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside us like electricity. Feel the love.
It'll be interesting to see what other champions get pulled out. So During the Q1 to the Q4 EU tournaments, we saw 12 of the 17 champions picked. Lucy was the most played in the finals with 8 times, along with Shifu, who we've seen a little bit earlier on. Again, Croak and Jade was a pretty popular and older. We haven't actually seen any Asgard just yet. He was quite a popular pick, especially in America. Asgard was really popular, so we'll see if he gets picked out here. I think he's a really strong champion, along with him and Jade, probably the strongest rangers at the moment. Again, Taya can kind of rival them, but she needs to be a good one as she is a little bit vulnerable, but with great use of her tornado counter along with the haste and knockback. And you can catch them in the wind bomb with your boomerang, can be pretty deadly. Be interesting to see if we see any Jamong or Rukan. They were picked a little bit, and I believe in the finals of the Q4 tournament, as they just come out, but we'll see how it pans out. So again, the way the loser bracket is going to work is going to be a best of 3, but only 3 rounds compared to the previous 5 rounds that we've been doing over. So we'll at least see 2 games, potentially 3, we'll see how it pans out. And I'll have another mount to give away to you bosses shortly. And there'll still be a few more to go as well.
Never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes.
Who doesn't like free stuff, eh? Wish I was getting one. Feels bad. Should have entered the tournament myself. Could have rocked and rolled. But sat here, watching everyone else get all the big money, all the mounts, losing out. Not salty at all. But yeah, we shouldn't be too much longer, bosses. I'm just finding out what the situation is. I will let you know. Alrighty then, looks like we're setting up the brackets now. We shouldn't be too much longer to be able to jump into our first loser brackets, bosses.
Bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes. Bright lights, they put me in a daze.
So we're going to be casting over Flower Power, who were the finalists from Q4. They ended up finished second place with the Jamong and Older combo. I think the Jamong missed a few too many arrows to the knee, unfortunately, which ended up costing them. They did switch it up with Terra and Lucy in the end, but they did fall to Flux, whilst they're going to be playing against Burning Sands, who were the victors of Q3 with the Lucy and Askar, along with Rukan, which was pretty damn powerful. But yeah, they're just setting up the lobby now, and we'll be able to get underway in a few minutes, bosses. So again, this will be a best of 3 compared to our previous best of 1s, but only 3 rounds to the 5, so they'll be a little bit quicker, but potentially more games to be had. and both teams are pretty highly up there over the 5,000 MMR. You wanna what? You wanna mount me? There's no need for that kind of talk, buddy. Maybe a little bit later. It's a bit too soon for mounting me. I'm not sure. I didn't actually follow any of BLC. I only recently found out about Battlerite when it first got released on Steam and became uber popular. And I've fallen in love with it ever since. But I wish I had known about BLC. It sounded a lot of fun. I hope they bring over some of the stuff like the capture the flag over onto this would be really cool. It's early days still, so fingers crossed. Yeah, I hear you, buddy. It's something I'll pass on to the admins. That's all out of my zone. It's true. Yeah, it shouldn't be too much longer, bosses. They're just deciding on what map they want to play on, and then we'll be able to go into Champ Select and get underway for our first loser bracket. So again, the teams in the loser brackets have a potential going on to tonight's final, where there's going to be $250 up for grabs to EU and NA, 175 going to the winners and 75 to the runners-up. What sense do you mean all 5 Battlerites? Starting off with all 5 Battlerites, or...? So this is our current bracket, so we're going to be seeing Flux, they're going to be taking on Bruce Lee. In the game we're not casting, in the game we will be casting, this will be Flower Power versus Burning Sands. So this is the brackets. We're going to be seeing Flux taking on Bruce Lee in the game we're not casting, and then Flower Power are going to be taking on Burning Sands, be the game we'll be casting over. You should be underway shortly, bosses. They're just into Champion Select now, going to decide who they want to play out. Be interesting to see if we see any of the previous, with the Flower Power previously gone for the Jamong and Older, which was their favourite sort of pick in the Q4 finals, but again they say they did run it up. I feel that Jamong missed a few too many ultimates, which ended up costing them. Incap did indeed go to losers, unfortunately, but again, like I say, it gives them a chance. They still have the chance of going on to tonight's final. Alrighty then, the loading up now. I'll just quickly change our team score names and we can get underway. Alrighty then, so we're going to see Flower Power going to be running the Jamong and Older, which again I did say this was what they chose to play out in the Q4 finals, but did end up finishing second place with it, whilst our red team Burning Sands are going to be running the Shifu and Lucy again, Lucy being a very popular pick. We've actually seen a game where she hasn't been picked at the moment. As those poor dummies getting a bit of a pounding at the moment. Because we're going to be going into the first round, so this is a best of 3, but with only 3 rounds compared to the 5. So I believe this is the demonic mount. I could be wrong. I believe this is the mount that you win from the giveaway. I'm not 100% sure on that. That is the one from the Halloween pack. And then the Razor mount that Shifu's currently running on, which you could get if you had a Razor product. As we see the blue team asserting their dominance, going to take power over this mid lane. Middle orb up and running. We do see Shifu able to easily pick that up, considering the blue team kind of had the commanding lead there about with the positioning. They did actually easily give up that middle orb, and it could prove costly as we see an in-cap, but a nice rain of arrows coming out from Jamong after a nice bear trap placed onto Shifu. Shifu going to be getting aggressive onto Older, but just switching up to his focus onto Jamong and dropping some nice damage on him, but he does actually miss his impale as he goes into Immortal. We are going to see him line up his ultimate. It does actually secure. I believe they did actually still even lose out onto the mid orb with that ultimate there. This is something that we did see previously, when I mentioned that Jamong's ultimates weren't potentially on point, and it certainly could cost him the situation. We see Shifu does get his counter proc here as he starts getting aggressive onto Jamong, but a nice rain of arrows does pushing away as we see him use his in-cap onto Older. Again, looking to focus down the blue team's Ranger here. We are going to see the blue team actually pick that up with a charged up arrow in that one. Krypton Goo is actually going to catch Older here, and unfortunately his Chrono didn't actually do him much favours here. He does actually petrify Shifu in the end, but unfortunately that was a great ultimate coming out of Lucy and certainly crippled her opponent in that one. And it's really going to be hard for Jamong to turn this one around, and a nice pickup for the red team. So Burning Sound's going to be taking the first round here. Nicely done.
Like water and oil, we just don't mix.
There's a really nice ultimate coming out from Lucy there. Crippling Goo indeed. Older kind of screwed himself over with that Chrono Flux. Made things happen a little bit quicker than it needed to be. Alrighty then, so we're going to be seeing both teams about to mount up and charge into the arena coming into our second round. I was quite surprised the blue team let that middle orb fall so easily. We'll see if it's the case this time around as they're currently poking each other out. There is a nice engage coming in from Shifu, but not too much follow up here as he starts to get a bit of aggressive. Nice bear trap coming out from Jamong, but nothing going to happen with it this time around. As the red team looking to command this middle orb area, Shifu is going to start putting his pain train down with the charged up impale, able to easily pick that up for his teammate. Nice use of his conjure ability, is going to frick him behind Jamong, but not really follow up with the incoming damage. He's able to enter Immortal and put some distance between him and his foe. He does actually waste his counter this time around as he sets his focus onto Older instead, but Time Bender is going to come out and block some of the incoming damage. Looking pretty even at the moment. The blue team maybe has a little bit of an advantage. A nice Petrify coming out to Jamong as we do see Shifu pick up his ultimate, but he doesn't want to use it just yet with the roll store up and his stealth. Older currently split away from his teammate, but no damage really coming down. A nice Crippling Goo with the in-cap on there is actually going to drop Jamong pretty nice low. And a nice Javelin to bring him back into the center of that. He's going to drop him about 40% health there. Nice rain of arrows coming out for Jamong onto Lucy. Is going to pull her away. Older really not putting out much damage on him. He was kind of cut away from his teammate there as we see the red team picking up the middle orb easily. Time travel is up for Older. We see how this pans out as the blue team looking pretty commanding here. Nice amount of damage coming out onto Lucy, and Shifu currently split away from his teammate as we see an in-cap going to be slow and paced down at the moment, but Older looking pretty healthy here. We see a charged up arrow is going to go straight to the knee of Shifu as the middle orb is up once again. Nice Chrono Flux coming out will keep Lucy at bay as the blue team easily picks that up. Ultimates are up for both blue team members, and we'll see how this pans out as he does actually line up his Dragon Slayer. A big hit onto Shifu, only really knocks him away, but I think it's going to be enough damage to keep him at bay. But a Whirling Wind coming out is going to get a bit of a chunk out, but being this low, I think it's going to be really hard for the red team to turn this around. Sticky Goo is going to come out onto Older, and maybe potentially this could be a turnaround coming out the red team as Shifu does lose out on the middle orb here. A nice arrow coming out from Jamong onto Lucy as both teams trading pretty evenly at the moment. As we enter sudden death, the teams are going to have to close in on each other sooner or later, or fear of getting the raft. And the Rain of Arrows is going to push Lucy out of the circle. But a nice roly-poly will keep it back in. A nice in-cap coming out from Shifu allows him to start focusing on that middle orb and securing that for his teammate. A nice bit of health and energy coming from that. As both teams still going out. I'm not sure how this round's still going on at the moment. As the blue team looking a massive Dragon Slayer coming out there. It was nicely done. And the blue team are going to easily take this one around. I was getting a little bit worried for a second then. Nicely played by the blue team. They made it a little bit more messy than needed to be, but GG. Wow, that was a bit intense. Yeah, nice ultimates coming out from Jamong. The first one onto Shifu did what it needed to do, really. Like the thing with his ultimate, he really needs to be kind of clapping in the corner, but it was a reasonable amount of damage. And also, if he doesn't get that 2-second charger and he does half the amount of damage, it's something to think about when picking him. But I feel if you can get his combo off with the stealth and the bear trap, he can certainly be deadly, especially with the recast on his spacebar if he has his auto attacks charged up. As we see, a nice Conjurer is actually going to throw Shifu straight behind his opponent with a fully charged Impale and a nice amount of damage coming out to Jamong with this case. The Bear Trap is going to keep Shifu in place and Older split away from his teammate as Shifu really looking to go a bit ham. He's going to decide to pull back here as mid orb is coming up, setting his eyes onto Older. It looks like he's more interested in the middle orb at the moment. Nice rain of arrows is going to drop Lucy a little bit of health off as both teams trading pretty evenly at the moment. We do see the red team picking up all health orbs on the map as another Conjure being propped. Again, Shifu not really making too much happen here as he sets his focus now on Older. Again, a bit of split focus here. I really feel that they want to pick one target and just stick to it. This split focus could start hurting them as they're starting to get chunked out a little bit. He does actually waste his Conjure ability this time around, but his ultimate is ready and we'll see what he can make with his Word and Wind. He's actually getting some nice hits here. Nice rain of arrows coming out from Jamong, and a great use of his Conjure is going to be a counter with the Crippling Goo. He's actually going to catch Older in a bit of trouble here, but a good knock in cap coming out is going to keep him at bay. And it looks like a great Dragon Slayer ultimate is turning this around as Older is able to escape from the immediate harm for the time being, but with only 10% health remaining, it's going to be hard to really come back into this one as the red team easily pick up the middle orb for themselves. A nice rain of arrows coming onto Shifu here, as again he does actually waste his Conjure ability, and potentially Jamong could turn this around as Older getting a little bit aggressive here. He does actually have Deadly Infection on him, which could cause him some issues. He's somehow still alive as he drops his Chronoplexer down. A nice charged up arrow once again, another wasted Conjure ability coming out of Shifu. Rain of Arrows doesn't really do too much this time around as the red team do actually pick up middle orb, which is keeping them in it at the moment. We do see a nice barrier coming out from Lucy. Once again, the Conjure is actually going to be wasting this. It's really starting to hurt him as he gets knocked back from Time Bender. A nice in-cap coming out onto Jamong is going to allow him to refocus, gets a nice Javelin Toss, does pull his opponent in, but a nice mark coming in as he does actually get his Conjure off this time around and does get pulled off here. Older is going to be in a bit of a trouble now. As once again the red team, I think the red team securing all those middle orbs really kept them in it that time around. A nice Crippling Goo coming out and certainly cripples his opponent. That was nice. It's certainly back and forth for sure. As the 2-1 currently up to Burning Sands. Again, this is the best of 3, so there will at least be one more game, potentially 2, depending on how things play out. But Shifu was in all kinds of troubles originally, with the Jamong dodging out of all the Conjure strikes. But unfortunately, proccing that last one in the end was all he needed to impale his opponent. Straight through the heart, the poor guy. We do see him once again wasted, and once his Conjure's down like that, it's a great time to get aggressive on him, but with the wall behind him, there wasn't really much of a follow-up as both teams trading evenly at the moment, middle about to come up. We have seen the red team pretty much pick it up every time. With Shifu's in charge Impale, it's pretty hard to deny him from taking that out. A nice charge arrow is going to drop his opponent slightly low, but not enough to worry him just yet. As Shifu again aggressive and nice and more coming out is going to be able to do some damage. A bit of an early ultimate coming out from Lucy here. I think that was a bit unwise to chuck it out so early there, and that could end up costing them as a nice rain of arrows and bear traps going to keep Shifu at bay. But once again, the red team will pick up this middle orb for themselves as Older starts healing up his teammate. About a minute away before we enter sudden death for this round. Again, Burning Sands only need to take one more round to be taking this first game. See a nice Javelin Toss coming out for Shifu, but again, great use of his counter to run away from his opponent, but a big in-cap is going to allow him to switch focus onto Older here. I think it'd have been better actually keeping on Jamong with him already under 50% health. They could easily pick him up here. And delaying like this could end up costing them. A big Petrify is going to allow the blue team pick up the middle orb this time around. Whirling Wind coming out from Shifu, but not really making too much effect, but may have done a job, as we do see Krypton Goo coming out onto Jamong, and he's still standing in it. He was getting some nice damage with his rain of arrows, but I think he was stood in that ultimate for like 2 seconds too long, and he still actually survives, but being this low now could cause him all kinds of trouble, as he does actually pick up both health orbs on that top side, as once again the red team securing that middle orb. Shifu using his Javelin to pick up both energy orbs here, as he's currently about 50% away from having his ultimate, does waste his Kunji once again, but the red team looking pretty commanding here over their foes. Shifu is going to come behind, making use of his mount's travel speed. Great use of his Javelin. Does actually miss Dragon Slayer there out of the blue side Jamong, and I think that would be all she wrote for this one, and we'll be moving into game 2 very shortly, as Older tries his best to turn this 2v1 around. He just couldn't. Fair enough. Nicely done. Great play from the red teams. That's going to be Burning Sands are currently 1-0 up over their teammates. We'll quickly switch the scenes whilst we wait them to pick their next champions. They get to choose what map they want to play on next. So potentially there's still 2 more games. Could be 1. It'd be interesting to see if either team decide to switch up their comps going into the next round. So yeah, it shouldn't be too much longer bosses, and we'll be able to get under the next game out of this best of 3.
Breeze from the heat wave stole my emotions. I left my doubts when I was swept by the ocean, and every pulse from the tide was a finish line. A wave race we were made to ride. You and I were first in line, and we took them by surprise. I was
Like I say, there is going to be an NA tournament as well tonight, bosses. We're going to go all the way through this, and with the winners taking $175, the runners get $75, and then we're going to be moving on to the NA tournament, which is going to be at midnight, about 3 hours away from now.
painted skies that left my mind. They were your design. I followed roads that won't take me home, but lead me to your side. There is a burning in the clouds. Take a deep
Just waiting for them to decide on what map they want to play, bosses, and also the heroes. It'll be interesting to see if we see any switcheroos as we move into the next game of the best of 3. So we are going to see Burning Sands switching sides for this one, becoming the blue team. If they do take this, they'll be moving on, but potentially there's no reason why Flower Power can't turn it around and bring us on to another game to finish off this best of 3 series in our loser bracket. Well, all champs are available, bar the latest one, which I can't even think of his name now. The little critter guy who got released Thursday. Just waiting for the red side, Burning Sands, our victors from last game, to pick which map they want. Tough choices, and then we'll be able to get underway bosses. Probably about 2 minutes. Hype, hype, hype. Also, whilst you're waiting bosses, you can sign up for the tournament, next tournament, which I believe is the 25th of November. Again, it's going to be 4 qualifiers going into the finals. So you can sign up now for EU and NA. And we should be doing another giveaway very shortly as well, so hold on to your horses. You might just be in luck. Or hold on to your mounts, I guess. A bit slow on that one. But yeah, if you want to sign up, it's free entry. You can join in, you and your buddy, and you could be kicking some ass. You never know, you could be up with the big boys. Alright, I'm pretty sure we're almost ready. They've just decided by the looks of things to change what map they wish to be playing on. It's going to be one of my favourites as well. I won't spoil it for you bosses just yet. It'll be underway. So again, this is a best of 3, with Burning Sands currently 1-0 up. Indeed, but I believe you can actually get the molten mounts now in silver chests or even the golden chests if you're lucky. What you need is one of the blue electric ones. Those are the ones. Those are the badass ones. One can dream. Okay, we're into champ select now. They're just going to decide on what champs to play, and we'll be able to get the action underway bosses very shortly. It'd be interesting to see if either team do decide to change things up. Maybe some rook action would be pretty cool. We haven't seen any rook yet. Or even Pearl. Not really a massive fan of Pearl, but she's a pretty damn strong support. But Lucy definitely seems to be the favoured one out of any support at the moment. And older. We haven't actually seen anyone other than, I believe, Lucy and older at the moment. The Yen bosses will probably do, like I say, a mount giveaway most likely after this game. I want to get your hypes up just too much. And then we have the, don't forget, we still have the NA tournament to do as well, which is 3 hours from now exactly. It'll be at midnight. And 7 PM for you Americans, I believe. Yeah, they're literally just switching through the last champions, and it should be a minute or less and we'll be able to get underway. Alrighty then. We have started. I'll just quickly change the score as the teams have now switched around. The old switcheroo. So remember, Burning Sands are currently 1-0 up in this best of 3 series. So we're going to be seeing Lucy and Asgard this time around against Taya and Lucy. Again, Lucy being such a popular pick. And we'll see how this pans out. I'm a big fan of Asgard, and I also do really like Taya. You can either go... Could really go either way. We'll get rid of the fog of war. We want war. We do see both teams charging in a mix of colour everywhere on these mounts. Fancy stuff as we see Asgard getting a bit aggressive here, but he does get knocked back by Terra. She uses a haste to create some distance between her and the little fireball. As we see both teams trading pretty even here, and Lucy's doing their job of healing their foes out. As Terra does get panicked away here, and Asgard really getting the aggression on as mid orb is up for the first time this round. As we see Asgard taking a little bit of a beat and a nice wind bomb coming out along with the combo, but he does use his stun to pick the mid orb up this time, which was nicely done by him. As we see both teams trading pretty evenly at the moment. Oh, a big Petrify coming out onto the red side. Lucy and Asgard getting straight aggressive onto Tear. Really wants to put her down, but he's in a bit of trouble here. The barrier's going to keep him alive at the moment, but he did actually drop under 50% health there. We do see the blue side, Lucy chucking out her goo, but unfortunately not really making too much happen as Tear does use her whirlwind to chuck her over the wall there. It was nicely played. You see Asgard getting panicked away. He does actually run into both health orbs, which is going to heat him up for the time being, but the blue team looking in a little bit of trouble at the moment. As Asgard again aggressive, makes nice use of his X-Shift ability to get that Petrify, but not really making much happen as blue side has both members of the blue team running under 30% health. A nice stun coming out from Taya along with a deadly infection is easily going to drop off Asgard in this first round. As we see Flower Power taking the game, taking the first win. If they do win this game, we will go to a final game in this best of 3.
Like water and oil, we just don't mix.
Nicely done. Yeah, Asgard, I don't know, it was a little bit aggressive and just couldn't really make anything happen off of it. Taya played it well with her knockbacks, and obviously with her whirlwind to get rid of out of that Krypton goo was pretty huge as well. So once again, Asgard making nice use of his Molten Fist to knock back his opponent there and get that little bit of a barrier. Does actually waste his Flame Strike on thin air this time around as mid orb's about to spawn. We do see Taya missing out her wind bomb, but gets a nice stun combo off of her boomerangs here, as both teams trading pretty evenly at the moment, but could go either way as the red team do actually lose out, I believe, on mid orb this time around. As Asgard dash from over the place, we do see Taya calling in her companions, going to start unleashing some of her deadly boomerang shots, but not actually making too much happen with this ultimate. as the red team looking a bit more commanding here as mid-orb is about to spawn. We do see a wind bomb coming up, but not enough follow-up as Asuka once again misses his flame strike. He is going to be petrified to see if the red team uses this advantage to take the mid-orb, but with Teo being panned away, it looks like the blue team will pick this up for themselves with a nice knockback. And Infernal Scorch is up, along with Sticky Goo for the blue team. A nice panic coming out onto Asuka along with the Deadly Infection. Is actually going to drop in under 50% health as we see him not actually making anything happen with his ultimate this time around, as Teo made nice use of her Whirlwind ability to get onto the blue side Lucy. He does actually chuck out his Firewall to block the incoming hits, but I feel that he's going to be in all kinds of trouble, and Lucy's able to actually easily solo him off here. A nice knockback coming in by Teo, and this is going to taking the red team 2-0. Potentially may have another game on our hands. A great use of Teo's Whirlwind ability twice. The second time to actually avoid his Infernal Scorch was pretty big, and also chuck her onto the blue side Lucy to finish her off. Alrighty then. There's no reason I can't see why the blue team can turn this around. But we'll see how it pans out going into our third round of this best of 3. Wind Bomb isn't going to make anything happen here, but she gets some nice hits off with her boomerang. A big snare coming on Asuka. Once again, does get aggressive along with the shield. He gets out of that. Panic away, not really too much going to happen here as mid-orb's about 5 seconds away from spawning up for the first time this round, as we see each team quite evenly trading blow for blow at the moment. Mid-orb's up. A bit of a wasted Firewall here, I think. He would have been better off maybe actually chucking it down in the mid to actually secure the orb for himself instead of using it there where he wasn't really in any danger, which is going to allow Teo to call in her companion already, but a nice knockback is probably going to waste it, and there isn't going to... Not too much going to happen. That was a nice knockback from Asuka. He does actually have his Infernal Scorch up, and we'll see how this pans out for him. A nice panic coming away from Lucy, but again, no real follow-up as he misses his Flame Strike again. The red team do pick up the middle orb this time around, as Crippling Goo is ready for the red side Lucy. A nice Flame Strike coming out by Asuka, but well countered by Teo with the Whirlwind. He does actually go for his Infernal Scorch, but completely missing here. Crippling Goo is going to be weighted as well, as Teo is able to easily use her haste ability to get out of harm's danger. With both ultimates down, I feel the red team have a bit of a commanding position here as they once again pick up mid-orb for themselves. A big Deadly Infection coming onto Asuka as Firewall isn't going to save him this time around, as the red team looking to be taking this clean straight with a 3-0, which will bring us on to one more game out of this best of 3 series. Crippling Goo is going to come out from the blue side Lucy, but an easy roly-poly from the red side, and it's only a matter of time before she's going to be dropped here. Nicely done. The red team bouncing back here, and this is going to take this to 1 apiece now. It was interesting to see that Burning Sand has actually switched up their combo with having good success in the previous round. Will they regret that? Will they end up switching back? We'll have to wait and see. So it's going to be a couple more minutes before we jump into the final best of 3 bosses, as they're going to have to decide what map they want to play on, and also champions. They have a little discuss with themselves as they got absolutely steamrolled there. The blue team didn't really look very commanding at all after their first victory. Yeah, we're just into the draft now, bosses. They're going to be able to choose what map they want for the final game of this best of 3 in our loser bracket. And one of them will be going home, unfortunately, with no prizes intact. Feels bad. But again, like I say, you can sign up now at playtourney.com. The EU registration is currently up at the moment. The NA one will be open a little bit later on, probably around when the midnight when the NA tournament starts. So if you want to get involved, it's free entry, no cost at all. There's no harm in trying. You never know, you might make it to the final and make those big plays and your mum can see you on TV. So they can't, or they can switch their comps. They can play anything they want right now. They can't switch in-game. So between the best of 3, after every game, they can switch up their comp. They can play whoever they want, bar the newest champion, which I don't actually know his name. The guy who's like holding a Bible and looks absolutely crazy. Yeah, other than him, they can play whoever they want. So after each game if they wished, as we did actually see the winning team, Berlin Sands, decided to switch it up then. They're more than welcome to. So which could give them a tactical edge, or they could end up countering ourselves. It's a tricky one. Do you go with the team that won, as the Berlin Sands actually decided to switch up their comp that won, which was quite interesting to see, and they ended up losing. So it makes things a little bit more interesting, I say, but at the same time the teams don't know who they're picking, they can't ban anyone, so I say we can see duplicate picks like the Lucy vs Lucy, but at the same time they don't know who they're playing against. So it could really, it's all a bit of a mind game. Are they going to play what they played in the previous round, or are they going to switch it up? And do you end up counting yourself because you countered what they played, which is then countered? Counterception. It's all just one big mind game. Yeah, we should be probably about 2-3 minutes, bosses. They're just going to pick the final map. Have a little discussion on who they want to play this time around, and we'll be able to get underway. So yeah, we'll be doing a mount giveaway after this game, bosses. So I'll tell you what the keyword is once again, and yeah, particularly one of you bosses will be able to get one. We still have I still have currently 4 to give away for the EU tournament, and then we have another 5 when the NA starts at midnight. I believe 7 PM for the Americans. Indeed, yeah, it's blind pick, so yeah, no one knows what's happening whatsoever. The only thing they know going into the game is what map they'll be playing on. Basically, the key giveaway works is that I tell you a word to say, so the previous word was mount me, and then for the next few minutes, everyone who types mount me has a chance of winning. Typing it more than once will not increase your chances. And then a bot will choose, it will choose one of you guys, whoever typed it, and yeah, whoever wins gets the key. I believe the key you have to enter on Steam. The previous keys were given away for the Molten Warhound mount. You had to enter on Steam, and it just activates that way. And yeah, so I give the winner straight away, as we previously gave the winner. I believe Sedge won the last key. So yeah, we have 4 to give away. But saying mount me now just sounds like you want to mount me, not actually win the giveaway, as we're not doing the giveaway just yet. Hold your horses there, buddy. But yeah, we shouldn't be too much long. They're just deciding on what map they want to play by the looks of things. We have to get underway. Oh, you started something now. Yeah, a bit too early, lads. A bit too early. Alright, yeah, they're just deciding on the final map, and we then go to champ select, so it shouldn't be too much longer, bosses. It's a nice try, and I'll give you an A for effort. An F for listening skills, but an A for effort. Alright, it looks like there's some confusion over the maps at the moment. Once that's sorted, we shouldn't be too much longer bosses. A little bit of drama, eh? Everyone loves a little bit of drama. Switch me in, I'll play on any map, I'm not scared. I'll take it on. Bring me into the game. You're getting closer. You're getting closer. Well, the thing is, I haven't actually decided what the word is yet, but I give you. You're trying. You know, it doesn't really make much of an effect. It only does it when I start. But keep trying, guys. You can keep trying. All right, they're still picking. They're still picking the map, so. Should be underway shortly, fingers crossed. So yeah, after this game, bosses, if you're after this game, so you can save your fingers a little bit effort or your control and V, and we'll do it after the game. Oh yeah, I've never seen so much drama over a map. I'm all game for playing whatever. Just chuck me in. We'll get there. I hope. This probably taking longer than the actual round's gonna take. But we're interested to see if either team decide to switch it up. Obviously, this is one apiece right now, so the loser will be going home empty-handed. But they made it here, so we congratulate them for that, for sure. So like I say, previously Flower Power were the runners-up in the Q4 tournament. They played the Jamong and Older and the Taya and Lucy, switching up in the end, and they lost out to Blux. And Burning Sands were actually the winners of the Q3 tournament, which took place a couple of weeks ago, with the comp of Lucy and Ascar, and also playing Rukan in there. Which maybe Rukan, we haven't seen any Rukan this tournament, so that would be pretty cool. One could hope. I still think they are picking the map at the moment by the looks of things. It looks like it's got to the point where we're gonna have to flip a coin. I'm not really sure what's going on. Shouldn't be too much longer, bosses. You know, when flipping a coin comes out, it's getting serious. We need some virtual rock, paper, and scissors. Let's sort it out. Maybe we should play rock, paper, and scissors for this mount. And then there's like a possible way to do like a multi-man version of rock, paper, and scissors or something. We can all pretend. So you always, I'm gonna pick rock, paper, scissors, and you tell me what you get. And then whoever comes, then we'll play it down. We'll knock it down. We'll knock it down and we'll go lower and lower. We'll go for each person. Flip a coin. So many possibilities. Dictator, man, that's one way to piss off a lot of people. It's demonic steed. It's not demonic. It's demonic. Yeah, the demonic mount. I believe that currently they've stopped. Now Halloween patches ended. You can only get them, I guess, if you got the key. I don't think you can actually get them in the chest anymore now. They're all the same mount as well. They're all demonic steed. All right then. So we have finally made it through picking the map. And we're going to be going into the last game of the best of 3 now. We're just waiting for them to decide on what champion they want to play. Hopefully it'll be a little bit of a quicker process. You got me there, buddy. You got me. I might just pick myself, eh? I might just pick myself. That could be the way forward. I do what Trump would do. Alright, shouldn't be too much longer. We're literally deciding what champions they wish to play. Wow, this might be having some hype. We had some hype if we started. We can do it. It took us like the whole game to get 3 map picks. We're almost there, bosses, almost. The suspense. Maybe we're just too good for her. Maybe that's how it is, you know. Us dons. Us boys are rock, paper and scissors. Oh yeah, so 100% after this game, bosses, did I say this is the 1-1 currently in the moment of Flower Power versus Burning Sands. This is the best of 3. Loser goes home empty-handed. I will be given away a demonic steed mount after this game. So, depending on how long it goes, it could be maybe 5 minutes, it could be 10 minutes. We will be giving away a mount. So, once I tell you, I will tell you when. I'll give you like 5 minutes to do it. So, not just yet. Hold your horses. Sounds pretty dangerous stuff there, buddy. Are we clever enough as PC users to form a circle? Alright, we're in. Okay, here we go then, boys. We are coming in. So again, we're going to be seeing Flower Power taking on Burning Sands. In our final the best of 3, we'll quickly change these scores. I believe they are on the right side still. Fingers crossed they made my life a little bit easier. They have. Sweet. Alrighty then. Let's get on to it. So yeah, mount giveaway after this, bosses. Here we go now. Alrighty then. So currently 1 apiece. We are going to see a Rukan being chucked into the fray, which I'm happy to see. I think he's a fun champion. I'm not too sure if he is like super strong. We haven't really seen too much of him to actually gauge a strong opinion. One thing we do know, Lucy is some freaking favoured pick, and a lot of Taya. Taya seems to be quite a popular pick. I'm really been impressed with the Taya players over the tournament so far, and also the previous rounds. There was one game against the Askar where every game she actually avoided his ultimate with her whirlwind ability, or tornado, same but different. As we see, Rukan get a bit aggressive onto Lucy on the top side. A nice knockback is going to keep him at bay as he charges up his Shadow Bolt, but making nothing happen with it this time around. She does actually use a Whirlwind, and great use on this map where she can actually use that Whirlwind battery to throw her behind the rocks there, and obviously being the range versus meter here, she can start landing some nice boomerang shots. The blue team do actually pick up mid-orb this time around. Rukan getting some nice hits off there. A nice wind bomb actually does do a soldier Shadow Bolt charge as he does miss his Claw of Death. As even teams, they've been pretty evenly at the moment. A nice stun coming out. We do actually see him about to transform into his Shadow Beast form, which he has actually got off this time around, but being panicked away, that is actually going to be a waste of his ultimate here, as he charges up a long-range Shadow Bolt, but unfortunately is just a bit too slow on that one, as the red team pick up middle orb once again. Nice Petrify coming out onto Lucy, but really no follow-up. There's more to keep his bacon ass alive for the moment in time, as he does actually get a nice claw there. Also, we have to remember that his claw does heal him for around about 10 health. It all counts. As we see both Lucy's trading blow for blow on the health orbs on the top side there. It looks like the red team are once again going to be pick up mid orb as Rukan get a little bit aggressive here, but already quite low. His shield isn't going to be able to block all this incoming damage. Nice panic onto the red side Lucy. But with Rukan only on 14 health at the moment, he is in all kinds of trouble. As a nice boomerang shot coming out from Taya easily drops him here. And the blue side Lucy's going to struggle to turn this one around. Nicely done, GG. So that's currently one first round being taken by Flower Power.
Big party with the gang tonight.
And the winners will be moving on, whilst the losers, they say this is the final game of the best of 3, will be going home empty-handed. Player base wise, I'm not 100% sure what the actual cap or the amount of players in the game, but getting into a game does feel pretty quick. Consider it's an early access game, and also with a paywall at the moment, we'll be going to free to play, I believe, around the start of the year. So I think there's a good amount of players. I couldn't tell you how many, but it's pretty quick to get into a game, sort of like 10-15 second wait time most times around, which is nice and healthy. I'd say especially where you have to pay to get in at the moment. Once it goes free to play, I'm sure it's only going to get bigger and bigger. As we see, both teams trading quite evenly here. It looks like the red team are going to be able to pick up the middle orb quite easily this time around, which they do, and put them on about 50% energy each. Coming into the second round, nice wind bomb coming out onto Lucy, but not too much follow up as Rukan gets a bit aggressive onto the red side Lucy here. Swinging and missing, he does actually dive in, but with his silence not up, he does actually get a nice combo up here. Unfortunately, what he really wants to do is he wants to dive in there, use his spacebar. He does actually use his transform to leap away this time around. But going in when his green dot's up and then attacking, and then also he can reset it if you use his counter. When it gets attacked, it will reset it, so you can do a lot of damage there, and also healing himself a nice amount. But he didn't really make much use out of his combo here this time around. As he does dash onto Lucy, but with his Lucy currently caught away on the bottom side, he's going to take a bit of unnecessary damage here as he gets a bit aggressive. Ultimate is up for the red side Lucy, but deciding to use her roll out of danger this time around. Getting a nice barrier, a nice whirlwind again coming out from Terra. Is they going to be able to pull her away from the transformed Shadow Beast, and that is Rukan. A nice knockback is going to guarantee the orb for the blue time this time around, as we see ultimate coming up the blue side Lucy. Each team trading pretty even here. Rukan making some nice heals for himself as he gets aggressive here. Going for a nice dash onto Lucy. He doesn't actually reset his special attack this time around though. The mid orb about to come up once again. I believe that did actually get picked up by the red team as we see the companion called in by not really making too much use as it quickly runs out. We do see Rukan missing his Shadow Claw there this time around, and Shadow Bolt, which is a big amount of abilities wasted along with taking the free damage this time around. A nice wind bomb coming onto Lucy. She is going to be able to roll out of harm's way for the point in time, but being this low already, she's in all kinds of trouble. She does get panicked away. Unfortunately, Rukan can't catch her this time around as he does line a nice claw onto the red side Lucy, but being with 10% health, he's going to easily get dropped down by Tear. Nice crippling goo coming out, but once again, great use of her whirlwind to chuck her out of danger, and that long range boomerang is going to take Flower Power 2-0 up in this round. Nicely done.
That was easy, baby.
Yeah, if you I believe it's Q1, like the start of the year. There's nothing 100% certain at the moment. But if you buy into the game now, I believe it's around £14 to £15. You will get every champion for free, which is pretty damn sweet. As I believe there'll be a paywall, and I'm not sure how that's going to work because obviously there's chests as well to get your cosmetics. Obviously, if you have to buy all the champions as long as getting a cosmetics or trying to buy chests, it's going to be quite a lengthy process. So it'll be interesting to see how that actually works out. But there's a good amount of quests. You get your daily quests, and then you also get a nice amount of currency for leveling up champions. And the patch that's just dropped this Thursday with the new champion, you can now actually level up your champions to level 20, and you can get a special chest when you get there now, which is really cool. Which was nice to see. As we do see the red team easily pick up this middle orb, currently 2-0 up. Can the blue team turn this around here? As a nice counter coming in by Rukan does actually avoid most damage, but misses out of his claw here. A nice panic coming in from Lucy, who's only really going to delay matters here. As the red team looking pretty commanding at the moment after early securing that middle orb. The second one's about to peer up now, and the red team once again looking in a good position to easily pick this up for themselves. A nice petrify coming out by Lucy, but a good panic away from the red side. Lucy is going to keep Rukan out of trouble. He does actually use a mountain and a nice claw, and does, I believe he actually missed out on that. As we see Lucy already have her ultimate up, and how this is going to pan out as a nice wind bomb coming in, but a good petrify counter by the blue side Lucy as a nice deadly infection coming out. Petrify is all over the place as we see a big shadow bolt coming out on Rukan, and this is some nice damage onto the red side Lucy. He does use his dash in again, but Taya unleashing some nice shots. He does counter quite a bit here, and he's gone into his beast form here, but not really making too much happen. He's trying as hard as he is, getting some nice heals off, but Taya is able to easily drop him, and it looks like the red team, our Flower Power, are going to be taking this best of 3 2-1 and moving on to the next part of tonight's loser bracket. As the blue side Lucy trying her best, rolling and poling and out of danger. As she is getting pounded upon. We have entered sudden death, so there isn't much time left for her. If she is going to try and turn this around. Nice knockback and haste coming out from Taya along with her wind bomb combo. Proving deadly with those boomerangs. Plus on top of that with a deadly infection. Easily taking this one. 3-0. GG. Congratulations to Flower Power. They are going to be moving on to our next part of the loser bracket. Unfortunately for Burden Sands, after going 1-0 up, they did fall 2-1 in the end in our best of 3 series tonight. So, mount time then, bosses. So, if you want to win a mount right now, if you want to win a mount, all you have to do is copy my magical words. 1 second, I'll give you a little moment. Get you ready, get your keyboards ready, your keyboard warriors ready. Are you ready? Alright, the word is hold your horses. And hold your horses if you wish to win a demonic mount. I'll give you bosses a couple of minutes. Hold your horses. The bot will choose. I'll give you a couple of minutes for you guys who are a little bit slow, haven't got the quick fingers or even the copy and paste. I'll even paste it in there again so you can copy off me, or you maybe copied off someone else. I might get lost in there. Hold on to your horses, boys. So yeah, I'll give you a couple of minutes, and the winner will be getting a demonic mount. We still have 3 more to give away during the EU tournament after this one, and then I've got another 5 to give away during the NA tournament, which will be starting at midnight. I believe again at 7 PM for you Americans. Doing good, buddy. Doing good. Hope you're all well, Aaron, man. So yeah, hold your horses, boys. All right, I'll give you another couple minutes, 2 minutes or so. First one. Is that because you're the first one? Is that what it is? Hold your balls. This got a bit weird. Alright, so like I say, Flower Power did take that this time around. They will be moving on in the loser brackets here. You best be holding on to your horses, boys. You all done? You almost done? It looks like you guys are out of horses at the moment. Alright, last minute, boys. Last minute. Oh, that's a good question. Hold on to what? Alright, time is ticking. Got 50 seconds for any slow pokes. Oh, I've changed the wrong score here. My apologies. Alrighty. Oh god. Oh. Alright, we're down into our final 30 seconds, bosses. Final 30. Are you holding on to your horses? Oh, my brother. You best be holding on to those horses, guys. You best be holding a bit harder. We're down to our last 20 seconds. Oh, the bot's going to choose. Who held on to their horse the hardest? That is the question. Uh-oh. 10 seconds. Oh, I don't know. Whatever. Horse. No, I can't make a horse noise. You can pretend. You can pretend. Oh, dearie me. Alright. 5 seconds. This is your last chance. Alright. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to let the bot choose now. It's up to the bot. Alright. Good luck, guys. Good luck. Alright, so our winner is... Drum roll if you can even hear that. The winner is... Oh, tense moments. Tense moments. Tense moments. Just a little bit more suspense. A little bit more. Are you ready? Are you guys ready? Are you sure you're ready? The winner is me. I won. I'm sorry, guys. The winner is Winghavens. Congratulations, your Winghavens. Rigged. Oh, Oh, well. It would be rigged if I won it, but unfortunately I should have gave it to myself. I should have made my like a fake account. I should have made a fake account. Alright, so we're going to be casting it over Flux vs Burning Sands now. Alright. Sorry you guys feel that, man. It's my secondary account. I got you all. I got you all. You all fools thinking that you could have mounted me. I've trumped you all. I've gone Clinton's you all. That's all part of the plan. Alright. Congratulations, Winghaven. I'll send you the mount now. I believe you have to enter it in on Steam, I believe. So again, I still have 3 more keys to give away during the EU tournament, and if you guys stay around for the NA one because you're bad man, then potentially you could win one then. Alright, but congratulations to Wings. So the teams are just selecting their comps, so we're going to be seeing Flux vs Burning Sands now. Again, like I say, there will be a couple more still to be given away, so don't fret just yet if you didn't win. So Burning Sands, we're going to be still casting them. They were the winners from last time, and they're going to be playing against Flux. Yeah, it'll be a couple minutes, bosses. I'm just going to grab a drink quick, bosses, whilst I wait for this lobby to load up, and then we'll be able to get underway very shortly whilst they just decide on what map they're playing.
Push me down to the ground. What goes around comes around. You won't put the flame out. You can't get to me. Say what you wanna say. Go take it all away. But I'm here to stay. No, you can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, but fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight.
Alrighty then, they're just picking their teams now, and we'll be able to get underway very shortly, bosses. I'd say I still have 3 more mounts to give away during this EU tournament, and another 5 to give away during the NA one. Hype, hype, hype. Alright, they're just loading in. We'll be able to get underway very shortly. Quickly change up the teams. So we're going to be still seeing Burning Sands. And they're going to be taking on Flux. Flower Power even, sorry. I'm wrong. So we're going to see Flower Power taking on Flux, my mistake. who actually met in the the Q4 tournament. This was the so Flux actually beat them in the Q4 finals, which was what took place 2 weeks ago. How about that, the rematch? For the brackets, you can go to playtourney.com. I can send you a link in a minute for it. But the brackets won't be up just yet. But you can see what teams are playing. We'll chuck away our Fog of War. Alrighty then, so nice firewall coming in by Asgard is going to allow Shifu to easily pick up this middle orb. As we see, Corrupted does actually miss his Javelin Toss and his Kunju, but does land another Javelin Toss, but he's a bit split away from his teammate here and is going to take a bit of unnecessary damage, which could end up costing him already under 50% health. A nice Deadly Infection coming out from Lucy, but this is the combo similar to the Croak and Jade combo. We have the Shifu who can land the in-cab, and then it allows Asgard to learn and land his stun as well, which can be pretty deadly. We did see a nice Infernal Scorch just coming out, but a great a nice ultimate coming out from Lucy there. Actually does turn this around then. The blue team look pretty commanding. We do see Infernal Scorch going to bring this to 1 apiece, but with only 15% health remaining, it's going to be hard for Asgard to really turn this one around. So he's going to do it. I believe in the Fireball as he actually jumps in to go for the mid orb and does secure it from himself. That was some quick play. Dashing in there and then dashing back out. It was nicely done. And it's going to give him a little bit of bonus health, which he's going to be much needed. He wants to turn this around. We have entered sudden death, so the arena is only going to start getting smaller and smaller now, as he does actually use his firewall. Maybe a little bit early then, had he thrown it in front of the orb, it would have probably guaranteed it and really didn't end up blocking anything. There's quite a lot of energy used for that as well. As we see Taya, a nice Petrify coming in, only to be caught by the rebounding Boomerang Blade, unfortunately for the little fireball. Taking our first round to Flower Power. Nicely done. Alrighty then, so coming into our round 2, we're going to be seeing Asgard and his buddy Shifu facing off against the Lucy and Taya, which has proved to be quite a popular combo at the moment. The Tayas and also the Lucys have been pretty much on point with all their abilities. The Whirlwind counter has been huge, and Lucy has been keeping all her allies healed up for sure, although the barrier and also her Crippling Goo ultimates have been pretty much on point, and they have been pretty crippling. So again, this is a best of 3 bosses, but only 3 rounds, as we move into our second round of the first game. You see Shifu does actually land his Javelin Toss, but misses out on his Conjure ability here, because that proved costly. It hasn't hurt him too much now, as the blue team get on a bit aggressive. You have to remember that the blue team don't actually have a healer here, so if they do get poked out, they're going to be in all kinds of trouble. So you can't get that damage out. But as I say, they have a similar combo to the Jade and Croak. They can get a nice in-cap stun combo. We'll see how it actually pans out as the blue team getting a bit aggressive here. But a split focus is going to hurt them. A nice panic and Deadly Infection coming out onto Shifu. It is going to drop him under 50% health here. With the mid orb about 3 seconds from spawn, and we're already 40 seconds into the second round. Nice energy orb pickup. We do actually see the first time the firewall coming out to block the incoming strikes, but Taya's actually able to walk around and pick up the mid orb for a teammate, allowing Lucy to get ready for her ultimate. Corrupted getting a bit aggressive here, as Asuka currently getting kited away by Taya. It's causing all kinds of problems. A nice in-cap coming, but unfortunately Asuka wasn't in position to follow with his frame strike in time, as he does actually get panicked away now with the Deadly Infection. Is going to drop him under 30% health. He does use his flame strike, but misses out on the middle orb once again, along with that firewall, just unfortunately not doing its job. Corrupted once again does actually miss out on his Kunju, and this could hurt them, as Asuka getting some big blows there. He does actually get knocked back on the top side. He's going to use a knockback himself, but unfortunately those boomerangs come out of nowhere and do turn this into a 1v2 for the Shifu. Using his Javelin Toss onto Lucy, does actually miss out on the second one, but securing both energy orbs as his ultimate is ready. Once again, he does actually miss out on his counter and gets caught in the Crippling Goo, and easy peasy, Taya says GG. That's going to be 2-0 to Flower Power in our first game of the best of 3. looking pretty commanding at the moment. Unfortunately, the Ascar and Shifu, like I say, I think it's a strong combo, and it certainly can do the works that the Jade and Croak can, but at the moment they just haven't really been able to get any kind of combo off, and the counters coming in for the nice knockbacks from Taya, along with the movement speed from her haste, Lucy be able to use the panic and shield, and they're then just out healing their teammates, or foes should I say. Well, we have a clean victory here. Again, we still have potentially one more game, depending on how things pan out. I was waiting on Lucy to pick up her final Battlerite. And here we go. Round 3. Let's see what the blue team, if they can turn us around. Nice wind bomb coming in, and once again another missed counter ability coming out of Shifu. Not really costing him too much at this point in time. He does actually miss out his javelin toss. We're going to keep it at bay as a nice wind bomb actually going to catch Ascar in there. Nice use of her boomerangs over the wall, but unfortunately doesn't actually hit a target this time around. We do see Flame Strike once again missing with middle orb up. Ascar uses his free fire projectiles to pick that up for his team, which could be prove pretty deadly as they start getting aggressive onto Lucy. As we see Corrupted Shifu change and focus onto Teo once again, making a nice use of his country ability this time around, but with a nice counter with her tornado, going to throw out of the harm's danger as he looks to in-cap the red side Lucy. A nice in-cap stun combo, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late, and she's able to roll out and heal herself up, with the blue team looking a bit less healthy than need be. 1 minute already into this third round here. We do see him miss his country ability once again. A nice in-cap coming out onto Lucy along with the Flame Strike combo, but really there just doesn't seem to be the damage at the moment as they just set focus onto Lucy instead of following up. Nice Infernal Scorch coming out here is going to guarantee the blue team the middle orb, but unfortunately they're just not really putting out the damage here, and the red team are starting to heal up. 40 seconds away from entering sudden death. Will it get to that point as another Kanju absolutely missed here, and Shifu getting lower and lower in all kinds of trouble. Nice bit of aggression coming out from Teo. She goes onto Ascar. He's able to use his dashes to get to the bottom side and pick up the health orb shared between the two blue team members. A nice javelin toss is going to be able to secure the blue team the mid orb, which is much needed at this moment in time, with only 20 seconds left before sudden death starts kicking in. A nice javelin toss, but petrified in the beamboat isn't going to allow him the follow up that's needed, as we do see Infernal Scorch once again missing, and Shifu dropping under 10% health. Once again, he is going to miss out on his Conjure ability, which could prove deadly as he's panicked away. A nice shield coming out by Lucy's going to keep her healthy. Asgard does actually pick up middle orb for himself, and his Infernal Scorch is up. He's ready to scorch some foes. But with sudden death looming, we do actually have a full ultimate on this top side. We'll see if he's going to be able to pick this up. He does have the potential to do 2 ultis here, but it looks like he's just going to get kited around, and an easy pick up for Flower Power, who takes this round game even 3-0. Nice clean straight. So potentially we still have 2 more games. Well played by Flower Power, easily taking this, very convincing. Shifu and Asgard just didn't put any damage down at all. Maybe a bit of misfocus, didn't really get the combos going, and just got kited around left, right and centre. So it'll be interesting to see if they do actually decide to switch things up. So yeah, probably a couple minutes bosses before the next game. I shall get you the bracket up right now. Bear with me. 1 minute, bosses. So this is what the current bracket looks like. Yeah, really nicely done by Flower Power. They just completely steamrolled that game. Be interested to see if either team decide to switch up their combo again into the next one of our best of 3. So the winner of this will be going on to face InCap OP Baby Rage, and the winner of that then will be moving on to tonight's final. And the loser of this one goes home with nothing. Sad times. Okay, it looks like the next game is underway. A little bit quicker than expected. That's what we'd like to see. Some quick action between the two teams. So Flower Power did take that previous game there, and currently 1-0 up in this best of 3. If only I was that rich, hey buddy. As we're coming in to our second game of the best of 3, first round. So still potentially another 2 games, or it could be a clean straight for Flower Power. Getting their revenge, because like I say, this was Flux and Flower Power who battled it out in the final 2 weeks ago, with Flux actually becoming victors and taking the top seed. But Flower Power proving quite convincing already here. Whoa, the camera getting a little bit weird at the moment. What have we done to the camera? 1 second. We got and done something. There we go. We're back. No, so Companion's already called in by Teo and put some nice damage down, but a good counter coming out from Shifu as he gets on top of his targets. A nice hitting cap is going to allow them to put some nice damage down, but a nice Petrify out onto Lucy now. They decided to switch it up from the Asuka. As we see the red team getting aggressed on. Some nice damage coming out from the blue side here. The ultimate already coming up for Shifu. The blue team did actually lose out in the middle. That was a nice use of the long range boomerang coming out of Tear, but great use of the in-cap along with the deadly infection. She is going to be able to counter for the moment with a tornado, but looking pretty low at the moment. The blue team just need to keep this aggression up and they should be easily taking this first round here. A nice knockback there. They are currently kiting Shifu quite well. A good panic coming out onto Lucy is going to put Teo in all kinds of trouble as a big ass impale coming straight through to her. But great use for Whirlwind again as somehow she is still standing when she makes good use of her haste to actually secure one of the health orbs there. But big deadly infection coming out of the blue side Lucy. The barrier is going to keep her teammate alive as nice jamming coming out of Shifu, but an even better Petrify, and somehow Teo is still standing there. She uses her Whirlwind ability once again to avoid the incoming crippling goo, but a nice impale this time from the Javelin is going to drop her. As we see a Lucy versus Lucy in our first round of this best of 3. Mid orbit is up, neither one want to go for a nice Petrify. Is going to allow the blue side Lucy to pick this one up for her team. Or should I say her, as her teammate's dead. Feels bad. Forever alone as we have entered sudden death, so they're going to have to close on each other sooner or later. Looking pretty healthy and both around about the same amount of energy. This really could go either way, but you do have to remember that her panic ability could be really well used here, and it's actually going to be used this time maybe a little bit too soon, and it is actually, if anything, panicked her into her friendly's ultimate, which could prove quite costly here as she picks up middle orb for herself, which is going to give us a nice amount of health. She is holding that crippling goo. A nice panic is actually going to throw out the sudden death arena. She did use her roly-poly to get back in at the moment. A nice Petrify. She is just about to, a nice knockback though, does actually kind of knock herself out of it here as this is getting pretty tense at the moment. I'm sure if either one get their ultimate with the arena being this small, they're going to have no chance with the crippling goo, going to absolutely cripple them with the arena getting closer and closer, and it really could go either way. Another nice knockback. We do see the barrier coming in is going to keep her alive at this moment in time. A big demon infection. We do actually see the crippling goo here, maybe a little bit too soon, but I guess she had no other option with the timer closing in, and we do see the red side Lucy taking this one down. Nicely done. That was pretty tense stuff. I feel that the blue side Lucy maybe let go of her ultimate a bit too soon, but after getting panicked away and running that low, I guess she really had no other option than to release crippling goo at the time she did. And that's going to be 1-0, or first round up in this best of 3 to Flower Power, who are currently 1-0 up in total. Again, if they do win this, they win the next 2 rounds, they will be moving on to the loser bracket final, playing against InCap OP Baby Rage, which was the Croak and Jade combo we saw from earlier, and going for the final spot in tonight's tournament. See both teams trading pretty evenly at the moment. Middle orb is about to come up. A double panic coming out from Lucy there. It's going to allow blue team to secure themselves up for them. Nicely done by the Shifu. As he starts to get aggressive onto Lucy, does actually miss out on his javelin toss here and gets knocked back from his following in cap, but nice damage coming out from his side. He does get the double in cap here. Unfortunately, the Ascar combo, there isn't that follow-up damage that we were used to seeing. Good use of a tornado ability to throw over the wall is something that Teo's done really well throughout this tournament so far, as they put some big damage out on Shifu. His Kanju does actually get procced here, which can allow him to reposition himself. With the red side, Teo split away from her teammate. A Petrify onto Lucy is going to keep her out in trouble. A nice roll out of the way is going to avoid that crippling goo there, and it's not going to come to much use, which could cause the blue team all kinds of issues now. Shifu dropping lower and lower, and is actually going to get picked off here, getting easily kited around by the red team. A full ultimate is down on his body, which Lucy was about to roll. It looked like she was going for it, but deciding that she's going to just let them kill her. Poor Lucy. 2-0 to Flower Power. Again, if they win this next round, they will be moving on to the loser brackets final against Incap Baby Rage, with the winner of that moving on to tonight's final. With $250 up for grabs, 175 to the winners and 75 to the runners up. Can Shifu and Lucy turn this around? He's going to have to do more than take it out on these dummies if they're going to want to up the tempo here. And currently at the moment, Lucy and Teo are making great use of all their abilities to kite him around for days. And the problem with the Lucy, that Shifu just doesn't have that follow-up damage when he gets that double in cap off. And by the time Teo comes out of it, he's overextended and he gets an absolute pounding. We're just waiting on Lucy to pick up her final Battlerite. Again, all these videos, the whole stream from the EU and NA will be cut up into two separate videos, which will be put on my YouTube channel, YouTube Mr. Gross 666, and the link is below. So if you missed out on some of the early action, you can watch it a little bit later. It also has all the previous qualifiers coming up to tonight's grand finale for EU and NA. As we see Shifu once again taking a little bit of a pound, and Lucy split away from her teammate. Not too much damage going on to her as middle orb has come up for the first time this round. Currently 2-0 up for Flower Power and won it in the best of 3 series. A nice counter ability coming out of Shifu. Does actually miss his followed up javelin and get a big impale onto Lucy, but they're just really lacking the damage at the moment as he's getting kited around. A big wind bomb along with the deadly infection is going to cause him all kinds of trouble. Nice tornado ability is going to keep Lucy out of harm's way as again Shifu misses out on that follow up javelin toss. Middle coming up for the second time, and red team potentially are going to pick it up, which they do as Shifu getting knocked away nicely by Teo there. We do see Shifu getting the aggression on, but just taking a bit of a pound. If Teo was really following up the damage, she looks a bit more focused on harming Lucy than actually killing off the Shifu at this point in time. A big panic is actually going to leave him in all kinds of danger as he does actually miss out on his Kunji once again. The deadly infection taken away. He does get a double in cap, but more just trying to keep him alive at this point in time. As he does land a nice javelin toss onto Lucy. A big petrify coming out onto the blue side Lucy as we see him pop his Kunji once again. Nice movement coming in by, we do actually see him use his ultimate here, but a nice knockback is going to come to a massive waste on Shifu there. Wolverine really not doing what he hoped for, and it feels like we're going to have a clean slate coming out from Flower Power in this best of 3. Nice knockback. We do see Crippling Goo come out, but not really make much effect as Shifu gets kited around by the boomerangs here, and Lucy once again knows the fate, and it's going to allow Flower Power to take this 2-0. So again, this was the best of 3 series bosses, so Flower Power won clean straight in both games, winning 2-0 over Flux, so they're going to be moving on to our loser bracket final, where they'll be facing in-cap OP Baby Rage. The winner of that will then be moving on to tonight's final. I will get the brackets up for you in a second, but very nicely done by Flower Power. GG. So yeah, we'll be a couple more minutes before the next game bosses, but I'll get the brackets up for you now. So we're going to be seeing in-cap OP Baby Rage, the deadly Jade and Croak combo from earlier, who did actually lose out to Team Capo. And we're taking on Flower Power, who was the winners of that. Going to be moving on to tonight's final against Team Capo. It shouldn't be too much longer and we'll be able to get underway, bosses. Just currently choosing which maps they wish to play, then what champions, and be able to get underway for the loser bracket final. We've come so far. Again, I still have 3 more keys to give away. We'll probably give one away once we come into tonight's final, and then 2 more after the actual final has ended, with another 5 to be given away during the NA tournament to some of you lucky viewers. Congratulations to Wing Havens and Sedge, who have currently won one so far. So at the moment there's currently 2v2 and 3v3. The tournament's only for 2v2. But I believe in the BLC, which was the previous game to this, I never played it, there was Capture the Flag, so hopefully that will be added into this. Yeah, so it's early access at the moment, so it's still probably a lot more to come. 3v3, I'm not a massive fan. I can handle 2v2, but 3v3, even when I'm on like Discord with my buddies, it's too much to deal with. Like having that extra person there, just so much to watch out for the extra person, and also what your teammates do, and then you split away from your teammates, and you're in a 1v3, and it gets pretty crazy. But Capture the Flag, I'm not sure how that would actually work. So I've never actually played the original, the BLC Bloodline Champions, but I think that would be pretty damn cool. See you Sunday, boss. Take it easy, buddy. Oh, there's so many possibilities they could do with the game, so it'd be interesting to see what happens as it moves forward. I'm just going to grab a drink, bosses, and we should be underway shortly for the next game. So say we're going to be casting over the in-cap OP Baby Rage and Flower Power now. They're just in the draft lobby selecting which map they wish to play on and be able to get underway bosses. Alright, the map has been chosen. We're just going through the draft and just deciding which champs they're going to be playing out. We'll be able to get underway. So again, this is going to be a best of 3 with 3 rounds. And the winner moves on to tonight's final, where there's $250 up for grabs. The losers here will be picking up 2 of the demonic mounts though. Be interesting to see if the in-cap Caldo and his buddy are there stick with the Croak and Jade combo that proved deadly in the first round earlier today, but obviously did actually get them knocked out in the semis. Can they redeem themselves with it if they go for it, or will they switch up completely? That's the question. The Freya and Lucy was definitely too much to handle. There's all a bit of a mind game because obviously they don't know who their opponents are going to be picking. The match will be starting in probably less than a minute, maybe 2 minutes. They're just currently in draft, just picking the champions. So literally two minutes, 1 minute, depending on how quick they decide to be. Okay, the match is about to get underway now, bosses.
Time, baby.
Hello.
So again, we're going to be seeing in-cap OP Baby Rage taking on Flower Power in tonight's loser brackets final. So we are actually going to see the Jade and Croak combo, the deadly combo that it is, coming up against Tara and Lucy, which did prove very powerful for the Flower Power comp. Just waiting on Lucy to select her talents and we'll be able to get underway. So again, this is a best of 3, first of 3. So potentially we could see 3 games, depending on how things actually pan out. We're going to see Croak and Jade taking the charge, coming into our first round of the best of 3 between in-cap OP Baby Rage and Flower Power. What a game it should be. So previously in-cap were the winners of the Q1 tournament for EU, and Flower Power did actually finish second in the last tournament we cast over in the Q4 brackets. We see some nice players being traded between both teams. The blue side do actually pick up middle off themselves and Tay in all kinds of trouble here as Croak and Jade get aggressive. Nice solidness and body blocking, but a good petrify coming away from Lucy is going to keep her teammate alive. But you can see how long that in-cap actually lasts for as we see Jade unleash her ultimate, getting the final shot to easily blow up Taya there. But even with Jade being petrified for most of that, she was still able to come out and land the big stun snipe into the in-cap. Really nicely done. A deadly combo. Like, in-cap is crazy. In-cap going to be taking our first round. We'll see what Lucy and Taya have to answer back. As this time we see Lucy and Taya charging into the arena. We'll see how this pans out. We did actually see the red team pick up middle orb in the last round, and there was only one of them dropping as the blue team made light work of their opponents. You see Croak getting aggressive, does land a nice slope onto Taya. Not too much follow coming up from Jada. She is actually panicked away for this moment in time. As middle orb is up once again, we do see the blue team easily pick it up. Not really too much fight coming out of the red team for that one. They are going to be able to pick up both health orbs and energy orbs on that top side. As Croak gets a bit aggressive, a nice in cap along with a snipe. Whirlwind does actually come out, but really doesn't chase Lucy away from danger now as Croak just uses Frog Leap. We do actually see Jade waste her ultimate, and that's going to be 100% of her energy gone down for nothing. Could that prove costly here? But Lucy already dropping pretty low. We do see her miss out on the snipe, which could prove deadly. Nice damage coming out from Taya as Jade is currently poked away. We do see Croak have his ultimate already, but I feel that Taya wants to be focusing on Croak at the moment, helping out her teammate as she is going to actually get blown up by the tick from Croak's ultimate. I feel if Taya actually stuck on Croak instead of going for Jade, and as much as he did actually get Jade low, Lucy was in all kinds of trouble. If Taya would have actually been able to knock him back or use a whirlwind, I feel that the red team could be in a bit better position here. As within the 2v1 right now, I think she's going to be in all kinds of trouble. As a big snipe coming out, is actually going to miss her target, but nicely done from the blue team. Victory is ours, indeed. Nicely done. Will we see a clean straight here? There's no reason why Lucy and Taya can't turn this around, but they need to be a little bit more careful with their focus. You can find the brackets on Playtourney.com. I will link it after this game if you wish, or you can just enter Playtourney.com. I can put the brackets up after this round as well. As we see, so you can see the red team charging into round 3. Will this be their final round? Like I say, this is the best of 3. They still have potentially one more game to play out. But at the moment, Croak and Jade proving too much for them to handle as we come in. Mid orb's going to be coming up in about 5 seconds. We'll see if that actually comes to any effect as Croak looking to get aggressive. He does actually use his Frog Leap to get onto Lucy. A nice bit of damage coming out as he is actually knocked away from Taya. Mid orb is going to go to the blue team nice and easy, and this could be pretty huge with them getting our ultimates a little bit sooner here. We do actually see Jade miss out her snipe and silence combo. Could that hurt her? She does get nice big damage coming out from Taya, but once again Croak getting aggressive on the Lucy and looking pretty solid. She does actually avoid most of the damage thanks to her barrier, using her roll to avoid the incoming lunge. Each team trading quite nicely. A nice deadly infection coming out to Croak is actually going to drop him under 20% health, but the blue team do pick up middle orb thanks to Jade's combo with her snipe there. And this is the advantage where the red team can start heating up, and the blue team are really kind of stuck in a bit of a bad situation unless they can get a nice in-cap and stun combo out of the Croak. It's Jade using her lunge to keep away. Croak is actually floating on the butt side now. He does actually mount up as he's looking to try and get on his target. Mid orb's up. He has gone into stealth mode. Red team do actually pick up mid orb for the first time this round as Croak started to go ham onto Taya, but unfortunately he's just not really doing the damage. He makes good use of her haste to keep away as she does actually follow up onto Jade here. Good use of a wind bomb. A nice silence coming out from Jade. It is going to cause a bit of trouble, but a good use of a tornado is going to be able to throw out a danger. Jade does actually unleash her ultimate onto Taya and drops her under 10 health, somehow still surviving here, and this really could go either way. Lucy looking pretty healthy. A nice pick up there on the health orbs is going to bring Taya a little bit back to life as the team trade evenly. Nice petrify is going to be able to allow a big deadly infection and stun combo coming out of the red side onto Croak, dropping him pretty low. We're about to end a sudden death. A nice pickup. Somehow those boomerangs picking up Jade on the bottom there. Nicely done. The middle orb is up once again. I think Croak knows it's over. Well, thank you. I guess that's a good thing. Or is it? I think it's a bit weird.
We just don't mix.
So nicely done. That's going to be a big turnaround for the Flower Power. Can they change things up? Currently 2-1. Also, any of you bosses that do play Battlerite, I do a weekly top 5 series. So if you have some big plays you want to send in, you can go onto my YouTube channel, link below, or YouTube Mr. Big Rush 666, and comment on one of my top 5 plays video with your in-game and replay ID. Could get featured. I love seeing your big plays. I love it. So we're going to be coming to see this time. We're going to be seeing Croak and Jade taking the charge. They did get poked out there. It was a pretty close battle. And again, like I say, this really could go either way. If they can't finish off the dessert soon enough, then they are going to get kited out and out-healed by the red team. As we see evenly trade up, the middle orb is about to come up, and Jade does line up her sniper. It did actually get picked up by the blue team quite easily. I thought the red team almost snuck that way. Then a nice barrier coming in by Lucy is going to be able to shield her up, but Taya in all kinds of trouble, already taking on 50% health. For some reason, Jade decided to leap over the wall there and actually kind of missed out on a bit of follow-up damage. I'm not really sure where she was going with that. She does actually aim her sniper, going to cancel it, as this is going to make too much happen here. We do see Croak getting on the lunge. He's going aggressive onto Lucy. A nice barrier is going to keep her okay for this moment of time, but dropping under 40% health here. A nice in-cap. Where's Jade to land at the snipe? Again, how long that in-cap actually lasts for is insane, as we see a great ultimate coming out by Jade to easily pick up Lucy. There is a full ultimate up for taking if Taya can make it to the bottom side of the mountain. She does actually use her haste. She is only millimeters away from getting it, but one again, that in-cap, dearie me, does that need a nerf or what? I'm not sure, but that in-cap feels like it lasts a lifetime. Even with Jade on her mount, she was able to dismount, reposition herself after being behind that wall and land that stun then, which was nicely done. GG. So that's going to be in-cap OP Baby Rage taking this first game of the best of 3 series. So potentially we still have 2 more, maybe 1 more. It'd be interesting to see if either team decide to switch things up. Loving the Croak and Jade combo for sure. The Flower Tower, mix it up from the Pearl, the Lucy and Taya. So yeah, it'll be a couple minutes. I will get the brackets up for you guys that are interested in seeing them now. Bear with me. So this is what the brackets look like at the moment. We're currently watching over the in-cap OP Baby Rage and Flower Power. So this is the final of the loser bracket. The winner moves on to tonight's overall final against Team Kepo. With the winner taking $175. The runners up would be taking $75, and the runners up, or the losers from the game we're currently watching, do get 2 mounts. Also, I have 3 more mounts to give away for you EU guys. I'll probably give another mount away after this game, building up to tonight's big final. And then there'll be 2 mounts to give away after that final, and then we have another 5 mounts to give away during the NA tournament, which starts at midnight, an hour and a half from now. Some crazy stuff. It was well played by in-cap then, for sure. It looks like they're just setting up the lobby, deciding what map they want to play on, and then we'll be able to get underway bosses. Oh, I just can't believe how long I knew the Croak and Jade combo was deadly, but every time I watch it, I just can't believe how long that in-cap comes out of Croak. It's insane. Like, there was so many times that I didn't feel Jade was ever going to land a snipe, and next thing you know, she just comes out of nowhere, and it's like, pow, right in the kisser. They land that, you know, that's a heap of damage in the first place, and you combo with like a whole clip Jade can get off because of a snipe stun, and then also Croak gets like 2 or 3 hits, so we're talking like, there's probably what, the whole combo is like 100 damage, and if you're squishy, that's half your health gone, just like that. It feels bad. I say if you're in there, unit's broke, buddy. Feels bad, bro. Feels bad. You may need to get some of those new interwebs. Alright, so we're already going to be jumping straight into this next game. No messing about. Alright, let me switch over now. That was a very quick switch around. So we're going to be seeing each team sticking in the same position, with in-cap Baby Rage obviously taking the first round of this best of 3. Big hype. I say the winners, potentially, if in-cap take these 3 rounds, Flower Power can certainly turn this around. They will be going on to tonight's final and at least be guaranteed $75, and the winner's taking over $175. And whoever loses this is guaranteed a demonic mount each. And also, one of you viewers, or 3 of you lucky viewers, are guaranteed a demonic mount as well, very shortly. As we see both teams trading quite even here, we're going to be sticking with the Croak and Jade combo. Of course, why would you change such a good thing? As we see Jamong actually being switched up this time around with Lucy instead of the Taya. I quite like the Taya, you know, it was unfortunate they weren't able to finish it off, but Will Jamong be able to make much of a difference? We'll have to wait and see. It depends on how well he can actually land those bear traps along with his stealth combo. Has been making good use of his rain of arrows here to keep the blue team away. Again, with the healer there, if the red team can kite them and keep them at bay, they are going to be able to out-heal themselves through this, as the blue team do easily secure middle orb. 50 seconds down into our first round. Again, in Cap Baby Rage, currently 1-0 up in the best of 3. As you see, Croak looking to get aggressive, waiting a bit too long on his staff. He does use his rock jump to jump into the action, but not really making that even happen here. As a big deadly infection, Jade's ultimate is going to come out. She did actually miss the first 2 shots, but again, some nice hits onto Lucy in the end, and a big combo coming out onto Jamong. And dearie me, wow, that damage just come out of nowhere. He took a pounding. He is actually going to light a nice Dragon Slayer ultimate onto Jade, but she is fighting back here. A nice use of her ability to knock him back with the bear trap. Somehow she is actually able to leap out of the way, as we do see Wenham coming out of Croak. A good use of rain of arrows onto him, and this real going down to the wire here. He does use his lunge, and the snipe's going to come out and probably will take Jamong. Somehow he does actually dash out of that with both uses of his charged up auto attack right there. And Jade left in the 2v1 in a very clutch battle right there. And this is really going to make things interesting going into the next rounds of this one. A nice big silence coming out of Jade. Is she going to be able to turn this around? She uses her bolt only to fall short. Hype gone. Damn, son.
Are we surprised? No?
Alrighty then. In Cap, currently one round down. Can we have a comeback on our hands? That was really nice. That was really nice coming out of Jamong there. Great use of his ultimate. I thought he was in big trouble then after Jade got 2 big hits onto Lucy. And also the Wenham Wind just wasn't able to finish up its target. As you see both teams coming into the middle. Snipe is going to miss its target as Croak starts to rotate to the bottom side. Looking to try and get that big combo off. Mid orb's about 2 seconds away from spawning. We'll see which team decides to pick this up. Jade has left her snipe up for this, and she's going to be able to easily pick it up with that. As Croak getting a little bit aggressive here onto Lucy. A nice amount of damage coming down. Good vault coming out from Jade to avoid the incoming arrow. Good use of the in-cap along with the stun combo as Croak decides to switch his focus onto Lucy, but he's going to be in-cap to south here. And a nice barrier is going to actually keep her alive for the time being, as each team trading pretty even here at the moment. If the red team don't... the blue team even don't start doing something here, I feel the red team are going to easily start out healing her here. A nice ultimate coming out from Jade, but a good use of his immortal to actually avoid the incoming damage. As we see the red team looking pretty commanding here. A nice double snipe coming out from Jade though could cause the red team all kind of issues. Rain of Arrows is going to push Croak away, a big deadly infection onto Jade, and she's currently under 20% health at the moment. Croak looking to secure that middle orb, but a big pick up by Lucy there, able to sneak a final auto attack and just pick that up for herself, as we see Jamong getting aggressive onto Croak, and with only one more hit, he is going to actually pick him up. But a nice ultimate coming in from Jade drops both red team members under 10% health, and this really could go any way as she does actually pick up Lucy on that right hand corner. Mid orb is going to come up. Jade could easily pick this up with her snipe, which she's waiting for. But somehow Jamong, in all fairness, actually timed that really well and was able to pick it up with his actual bow and arrow. There is a full ultimate right there waiting for Jade. If she can play this well, she could easily turn it around. But both members actually holding onto their ultimates. We see how this pans out as they enter sudden death. A good ultimate from Jamong will actually knock her out of the arena, so we'll see how this pans out as she uses her ultimate to pick up mid orb. The arena's only getting smaller and smaller on these two champions. A nice arrow coming in. That's actually going to drop her down as she does the 360 spin. No scope. Oh! Nicely done. Is this called a duty or what? Yeah, the VODs should be... There's been a lot of fun games, buddy. The VODs should be up by tomorrow night or Sunday morning. Unfortunately, we don't actually have... I have some mount keys, but unfortunately, I haven't got any in-game keys. I don't know if they still do them or what. Like I said, the game will probably go free to play around the first quarter of next year. Nicely done by Jamong. The no-scopes are real. But yeah, there's been a lot of fun games tonight. For sure. as we're going to be coming into a third round. Can Flower Power take this clean straight and take it to 1 apiece and bring this on to a final game in the best of 3? Again, the winners will move on to tonight's final. The $250 up for grabs. The minimum will be a takeaway of $75 for the runners-up and $175 for the winners. So there's a lot to play for right now. At least one of these teams know they're going to be getting 2 of the demonic mounts, and I say we still have 3 keys to give away this EU tournament for some of you lucky viewers. So 3 of you could be getting a hand on them. As we see Croak getting aggressive here, a bit of nice damage coming out onto Wings of Haven. As he's getting a bit of a body block coming out from Jade there. As he is split away from his teammate, a nice in-cap and snipe combo. As they also just secure the middle orb in the process. Nicely done by the blue team. Lucy starting to heal up her teammate. 30 seconds into this round already. We'll see how the stats pan out as both teams actually do end up mounting up. They're trying to look to get that position advantage. As we see a nice snipe coming out from Jade. She does actually get petrified in case as Croak looks to get aggressive here. His stealth does run out, so he's not going to be able to get that in-cap off. His ultimate is ready, as we see Jade actually landing a couple of nice hits onto Jamong on that left-hand corner there. As Rain and Arrow is not really making great work. We are going to see Venom Wind just about catch Lucy here, and not really doing the damage it desires, but a nice snipe coming out is actually going to drop her here, and it looks like the blue team are going to be taking this to another round. Nicely done. The keys today are mount keys, so we have 3 more to give away, 3 more demonic mounts during the EU tournament, and then 5 more to give away during the NA tournament. Nicely done by Croak and Jade there, really showing the damage that they can put off as we're going into another round again. If Flower Power do take this, it will be going to a 3rd game in the best of 3 series. As we see a nice silence coming out from Jade, does unleash a bit of a clip onto Lucy, not really troubling her at this moment in time. We have mid-orbit about to spawn. We'll see how this pans out for either team. Croak does actually miss out on his in-cap ability as a nice immortal coming out from Jamong and avoids that incoming damage, and he makes good use of his spacebar to dash the incoming lunge. For the red team looking a bit better as a nice in-cap coming out is going to overland a big snipe coming from Jade as Croak decides to set his focus onto Lucy. A nice big deadly infection. The team are trading blow from blow. I really feel that Jamong needs to help out his teammate as Jade does waste her ultimate this time around, and the red team pick up mid-orb in the process. The red team turning this around now. Rain Arrows does actually miss from Jamong as Croak looking to get a bit aggressive. He can land that in-cap, does actually miss it this time around. As going to retreat and pick up both health orbs for his team. Jade does land her snipe ability, but no follow-up at the moment, as we're a minute away from sudden death. A nice secure by Jamong actually, and is actually going to allow him to have his ultimate, and we'll see what he can do with his Dragon Slayer this time around as he actually charges it up right now and aiming it for Jade. Does actually drop it under 10% health right now. Fortunately doesn't finish off his target. Well, that could prove deadly. We'll have to wait and see, but the red team looking pretty healthy at the moment. As Croak does pick up one of the health orbs and the middle orb about to come out. He does use his in-cap to line it up for Jade to get that nice snipe and also secure middle orb for herself, which could be pretty huge. Starting to heal up and slightly here as Croak puts some big damage down. Jade is actually going to rotate to the top side as Croak kind of split away from his teammate. A nice ultimate coming out from Jade. She does actually land 3 hits as Jamong picks it up in the corner of the screen there. Croak left on his own here. Nice rain of arrows is just going to actually miss out on him as he picks up that final health orb on the top side. With only 21 health and losing out in the mid-orb, it's going to take a big turnaround as we enter sudden death for him to pull this one back. And it looks like we're going to be going to our final game of the best of 3 series, with Flower Power taking this one. Unless Croak can pull off some kind of miracle. Nice bear trap coming in. He's going to have to force Croak on the other side of the map. He looks to try and get on Lucy with the arena closing in. He doesn't really have much chance, but to actually try and make something happen now, he does actually miss out on his in-cap. We do see the mid-orb being picked up by Croak this time around, but a nice deadly infection and panic is going to push him out the arena, but it's not going to be needed as he gets dropped. Nicely done by our red team. So that's currently 1 apiece then. So I say this is a best of 3. We're going to be going to one more game with the winners moving on to tonight's final and at least getting $75 guaranteed. Nicely done. Good job. We'll see what either team decide if they decide to mix things up going into the next game. So it'll be a couple minutes before the next one bosses. Like I say, I will be giving away another mnemonic mount just before the final starts tonight. So probably after this one, I'll be giving away another mount and then 2 mounts after the final finishes. A drinking game? What are we talking about drinking? I love drinking games. What kind of drinking games are we talking about? Sounds good to me. I got the Sambuca ready, let's do this. I think the NA tournament will be cancelled tonight. Alright, they're just deciding what map they want to play bosses, and then we'll be able to get underway for our final best of 3, currently 1 apiece. Again, the winners will be moving on to tonight's final. Hype, hype, hype. But yeah, we'll be doing another mount giveaway after this game bosses, and then 2 mounts to give away after tonight's final. So basically, we've got this, which is the last best of 3. The winners move on to tonight's final to face Team Keppo, and then we'll do a giveaway after this game. And then once we've had tonight's final with Team Keppo against either one of these, we'll have 2 more mounts to give away. And then we'll probably be about half an hour, I guess, and we'll be into the NA tournament, where I have another 5 mounts to give away during that stream. I'm ready. What are we doing? So what's the game? What's the game then? But yeah, where's the spirits at? I thought we were taking this hardcore. You like some Sambuca? That's what I got. The Sambuca. We've got to be doing this hardcore. Hardcore, do you want more? I think the NA tournament will probably be cancelled. We'll have to typecast for sure. Game-wise, it depends what you like, buddy. If you're into your MOBAs, I'm really enjoying the game at the moment. I think it's great. But at the same time, it will be going free to play come like Q1 of the next year, so around January, February, I'm not 100% sure. So if you're willing to wait and you haven't really got any friends on at the moment, I would say probably just sort of wait out. This game is in early access. It's a great game at the moment, but obviously there's a lot missing, and you know, if you can wait till going free to play, there's going to be obviously a lot more content out there, and you might not necessarily burn yourself out if you haven't got the money to kind of chuck away at the moment. But I do think it is worth the money. I think it's a great game, but at the same time, I say, we'll be going free to play in a couple of months' time. I think we're mid-November now, so it's not too far to go. Depending on if they keep their word, or it's not being 100% certain when it is going to come out free yet. Alright, the teams are just deciding what map they want to play, and we'll be able to get underway, bosses. Shouldn't be too much longer. I say the Playtourney, you can actually go onto Playtourney right now. Let's see if that, no, it doesn't, of course it doesn't. 1 second. You can go onto Playtourney's website right now. If you want to get involved in the tournament in 2 weeks' time, you can sign up right now. You can sign up for the EU tournament right now. You just have to create an account, and you and your buddy can be taking place. It's free to play, and you never know, you might be able to make it to the big finals and be famous. Alright, the teams are currently in draft. We're just waiting for them to make up their minds who they want to play, and we'll be able to get underway for the final game of this best of 3, with the winners moving on to tonight's final. And $250 up for grabs, so whoever wins now is guaranteed $75. And or at least one team playing now, or the losers, will be getting 2 of the demonic mounts, and we'll be going to be giving away a demonic mount after this game as well, with 2 more after tonight's final. So stick around to mount me up. Alrighty then, here we go, boys. I bought the fan pack myself because I enjoyed the game. You don't really get too much out of the fan pack, but at the same time, you know, I'm happy supporting the devs. It's a little game, and hopefully, you know, in a couple months' time, it's going to have a lot more going for itself. I mean, the champion there seems to be doing pretty good on the champions at the moment. A couple more game modes like Capture the Flag, if that is actually going to be a thing, would be pretty sweet. Yeah, it's in a good place at the moment, especially for an early access game. So we're going to be jumping in then. In-cap OP Baby Rage currently 1-to-1 with Flower Power in this best of 3 series. The winner will be moving on to tonight's final. $75 is already guaranteed for the winners of this game, and potentially $175 if they can make it to the final stands. Let's get rid of our fog of war, because we want to see all the war. See both teams trading pretty evenly at the moment. Mid orb's going to be coming up in around about 5 seconds, and we'll see how that pans out for either team. Red team looking pretty well from their energy. A nice stun coming out of Jade, but no follow-up from Croak just yet, as he does actually use both his frog leaps, but not making anything happen here. Does land his in-cap. Unfortunately, Jade being petrified isn't going to be able to land her snipe combo. Does release her ultimate onto Lucy, dropping her pretty low here. Nice venom win. Nice amount of damage coming out from Croak with his venom there. He's going to drop Lucy pretty low as Jade looking to finish off. He does actually use his venom wind here, maybe a bit too aggressive, but it guarantees the kill, which is always a good thing. But can Jamong switch this around? He's not too far away from getting his ultimate in this situation. Nice rain of arrows is going to drop Jade pretty low, but she's rotating the bot side and looks like she's going to be able to pick up both health orbs. Once again, that in-cap just feels like a lifetime. Has a nice snipe coming in and out from Jade. Is going to drop Jamong under 20% health. Blue team do actually pick up mid orbs themselves and take this first round in our best of 3. So this is all or nothing now. There is no more mistakes. Whoever wins this will be moving on to tonight's final. Well played by Croak and Jade, very nice, but like I say, it really could go either way, to be honest, that's for sure. Let's see how it pans out coming into our second round. Let's fight. Do see Jade lining up a snipe, not going to make anything happen, and she does actually retreat back on that one. Does actually decide to release this time, but a nice dash coming out from Jamong is going to avoid the incoming damage from Croak not really making too much happen with his Frog Leap. We do see Snipe coming out from Jade. Mid orb's going to be coming up in about 3 seconds. It should be up for to be able to secure that as Jamong takes a little bit of a pounding. Snipe is ready to go as they make a nice combo here to easily secure that middle orb for themselves. A big Petrify coming out from Lucy, a nice in-cap, but unfortunately with Jade Snipe being down from securing that middle orb, she isn't going to be able to have the follow-up here. Nice rain of arrows. It's going to drop Jade. A little bit of problems. It's going to slow her down from making that follow-up there as the red team retreat to the bottom side of the map. Mid orb is going to come up once again. The blue team should be able to easily secure that again with that Jade Snipe. Does actually unleash her ultimate, only getting one hit as a nice immortal coming out of Jamong is going to avoid most of that damage there. Is that going to prove costly as each team trading blow for blow pretty even at the moment. As Jade lands a nice snipe onto Jamong as Croak currently being split away from his teammate. A nice trade, looking pretty even between the two, but we don't have to remember once Croak gets involved, he certainly can blow up his target. As Lucy tries and heals up her teammate, as they both actually split a nice panic is going to allow Jamong to reposition himself and help out his buddy here. 40 seconds away from sudden death. Is it going to actually get that far? As Jamong looking a bit low at the moment, but at the same time a nice panic away could cause the blue team all kinds of trouble. As Sniper isn't going to hit anything here, but does secure the middle orb in the process, which is what they need to get that bonus health and energy. Croak looking to get aggressive. This was a nice big play from him, but does actually get pushed away and looking to try and get onto Lucy this time around, but not making anything happen as we do see ultimates being traded by Jamong and Jade, and probably working a bit more in favour in Jamong's favour that time around. As we see Jade retreating to the bottom side, Croak getting a bit aggressive here, but without his teammate could be in all kinds of trouble. A nice stun, but no in-cap coming out of Croak, as we do see Jamong picking up Jade in the bottom side, and Lucy's going to be able to easily pick up Croak here. Nicely done. I believe the reason why this is a first to 3 is there's just not enough time, because we're currently 20 to 12 now, 20 to 11, sorry. With tonight's final, which I believe is going to be a best of 3 with 5 rounds, we just wouldn't have the time to do this as best of 5s as well. Hence why it's a little bit shorter. As it's going to be pretty tight closing into the NA tournament, which starts at 12. So yeah, the NA one's about an hour and 15 minutes away. So we are 1 apiece to in-cap and OP, in-cap OP Baby Rage versus Flower Power. Really could be either's game at the moment. As you see both teams hovering around this middle orbit. Is up again. We're going to probably see Jade land her snipe combo. Does actually get panicked away this time, which does nicely done by Lucy there. Is going to allow the red team to pick it up for themselves. Rain Arrow is not really hitting anything there. They're going to be able to secure both health orbs for themselves, which is nice. Going to be denying the red team that precious health as Jade already running pretty low. She's going to miss out on a snipe. Middle orb's about 2 seconds away from spawning. We'll see whose hands this does fall into this time around. Jade snipe is going to be up as Croak looks to pick it up himself, but nicely done by Jamong once again picking it up for his teammates. He does completely whiff his Dragon Slayer ultimate there, and that could prove costly, but the blue team looking a bit low below. If he'd actually held onto that for a second sooner, later even, it could have been pretty deadly as Jay gets quite a nice ultimate, but a good cancellation by the panic there is going to help a teammate survive a little bit longer. A big snipe coming out onto Jamong. Croak's going to be able to follow that with some nice damage and a big turnaround by the blue team. If I feel that if Jamong actually held onto his ultimate for maybe a second or two later, they would have had this round in the bag, but wasting that like he did has cost them big time, with Lucy stuck in a 2v1 here. Sudden death is upon her, so she's looking pretty healthy. If she can get a nice panic on even Emma, she could actually push them out the arena and make something happen. She's not too far actually away from getting her ultimate either. And we'll see how this pans out as she decides not to pick up either energy orb. The arena is closing in. A nice foul block and root coming out onto her. She's going to be body blocked massively by Croak. A nice snipe as well is going to allow this to be a nice pick up by the blue team. 2-1.
Did not even see what he did.
Yeah, that was really nicely played by the blue team. So they are 1 game away from guaranteeing themselves at least $75 as they move into tonight's final. Let's see how this pans out. Here we go. Round 4. Will this be our last round of our loser bracket? As we see Jade pulling away from her snipe this time around, as the red team starting to command the area, looking to try and secure that middle orb up for themselves, which has been pretty vital in these previous rounds. Obviously, Jade makes it pretty easy work with a snipe, but there's no reason why they can't make it happen. As Jamon get a bit aggressive here, it does actually allow Croak to get behind onto his Lucy as Jade just easily secures the middle orb as the red team were distracted there. Croak getting aggressive onto Lucy, but both trading pretty even here, and it's going to give Lucy the chance to start healing up as Jamon actually just take a bit of a pounding on the bottom side. Just Jade snipe does miss as Croak getting aggressive here. Not making too much happen. The big Dragon Slayer ultimate is actually going to knock Croak away. And a nice pick up there. Big turnaround. Croak getting split away from his teammate was allowing them to easily focus him down. I didn't really think much was going to happen after that ultimate, but nicely done. And 2 apiece. Here we go then. It's going to be hyped up. So whoever wins now, there is no more. This is our last round of the loser bracket. Whoever wins moves on to tonight's final. There is no more. This is it. And they will be facing Team Kepo for the share of $250. Again, we will be doing a mount giveaway after this game as well, bosses. So, be ready. As we're waiting on Jamong to pick his final Battlerite. Alrighty then, 5th round and final one of this best of 3 series. Has come this far, 1-1 between Incap OP Baby Rage and Flower Power. There's a lot to play for right now. I say there's at least guaranteed $75 for whoever gets through, with the potential of $175 for the winners. A nice bit of damage coming out from Croak, but both teams trading pretty evenly as the blue team securing up the middle orb once again. Lucy trying to heal up her buddy as much as possible. We do see Jade follow through her snipe this time, but making no use out of it. But it's not going to cost them as the cooldown is going to be easy to reset. We do see Croak looking to try and get that in cap. He isn't actually going to make anything happen here. There's a nice amount coming out from Jamong. It's going to keep him alive for the moment in time, but a nice sniper is going to be able to pick up the middle orb for the blue team and also catching Jamong and the outside as a petrify onto Lucy, onto Jade even, does actually able to vault out the incoming rain of arrows as Winged Haven is dropped under 50% health here, but Lucy trying her best to heal her partner up as he does actually pick up both health orbs on the top side. Once again, a nice middle orb picked up by the blue team as we see Jade unload her ultimate. Well played by Croak there, as he able to body block Lucy into the corner, making sure that she got hit by all 4 shots, and a big Venom Wind coming out onto Jamong is going to leave the blue team pretty commanding here, but nice turnaround by Jamong as this really could go down either way, as the blue team actually do pick up middle orb from the south. Bear Trap does actually time out just about as Croak Frog leaps into it. He's going to be looking to try and get onto Lucy here. Nice in cap, but Jade isn't in position to follow this up at the moment. She's trying to get there as quick as possible. Does actually end up silencing Lucy, which will be enough to pick her off as Jamong's left in 2v1, which really could go either way. He does actually chuck out his rain arrows. He's not going to hit his target this time around, as Jade using her ultimate on the mid orb instead of going for the in-capped Jamong. Will that be a deadly decision, as she's able just about to leap over the wall with only 12 health remaining. Jamong's got 2 health orbs which he can pick up on the top side as we enter sudden death now. Croak looking pretty healthy as the blue team once again pick up the middle orb and will be our winners tonight. Nicely done. Good job to in-cap OP Baby Rage, who win our best of 3 series tonight, 2-1, after they lost out in the semi-finals earlier and dropped into the loser bracket. It's a real great game, very back and forth. I thought the red team were kind of looking pretty healthy at the time then, but the Jade and Croak combo out of nowhere, they get that in cap and it proves pretty deadly. There's so much mobility there, they will avoid out of all danger. So, as I mentioned before, our runners-up, Flower Power, our 3rd place tonight, will be taking home a demonic mount each, and in-cap OP Baby Rage will be taken on Team Crepo now for the share of $250. And I have a mount to give it away now as well. Bear with me 1 second, guys. I'm just going to restart my game quickly, as there seems to be like a little bit of lag. Okay, bosses, so whilst I restart my game, I have a demonic mount to give away. Like I say, after this, after the final, I have 2 more to give away. So if you don't get one now, no fret. I'm going to take the words of that sounds nice, pretty cool. So if you want to win a demonic mount right now, all you have to type is the following words, is a whole sentence, me once, one word, together. So you got to give you a few minutes, and you could be in for the chance to win a demonic mount. But yeah, congratulations to Incap, very nicely played there with the Jade and Crate combo. It was a real tight game. Like I say, we're going to be jumping into the final in a second. I just need to restart the game, so this used to be like a little bit of lag. But yeah, you got a couple minutes, so yeah. And then I'll get the bot to choose one of you lucky bosses. Seems like a lot of you want, eh? Alright, you got 2 more minutes, and I'll pick the winner. One minute and 40 seconds. One minute 30. Oh my Buddha. So yeah, we're going to be moving on to tonight's final now. Big hype. Alright, I'm just going to wait for the party to be set up. Grab a drink quickly, so you bosses got till I come back, probably like a minute and a half. And I will pick the bot, will choose out of you who's going to be lucky to win a demonic mount. Like I say, so we have this one. I'm going to be giving 2 away after tonight's final, which will probably be like half an hour, I guess. And then I have 5 more to give away during the NA tournament, which takes place in about an hour's time. Hype, hype, hype. So yeah, once I come back, one of you lucky guys will win. BRB. Alrighty then. It looks like you guys are busy since I've been away, eh? Oh, alright. I'm just going to join the quick lobby and I will get the bot to choose who you want. Tense moments. Alright. So the final is going to be Incap OB Baby Rage taking on Team Capo. Obviously Incap were able to come through the loser brackets and make it in. There's going to be $175 going to the winner and $75 going to the runner-up. So a total of $250. Me once, me once. Alright then, so The bot is doing its sophisticated stuff and is going to pick one of you bosses to win. Big hype, eh? The bot has spoken, so you guys can keep trying and trying, but the bot has chosen his winner. Drum roll. Our winner tonight is Tyso92. Like I say, there are still 2 more mounts to give away, so after tonight's final, after this game, or probably about half an hour or so, depending on how quick it goes, I have 2 more mounts to give away, and then once the NA tournament starts, I have another 5, so we'll do 3 during the tournament, and then 2 at the end. So depending if you guys don't go in your bedtime, you can stick around. There's still a chance to win a demonic mount, but congrats to Tyso on winning. So we still have another 2 which I'm going to give away after this tournament. You have to enter in Steam, boss. I will send it to you now. One second. There you are. Yeah, just enter in Steam, buddy. Alright, they're just setting up the lobby, and we'll be able to get underway with tonight's final. I say $250 up for grabs, and then we'll be giving away another 2 keys afterwards. And there's another 5 to be given away during the NA tournament. How nice. And thank the devs. What great guys. So they're just picking their comps now, and we'll be able to get underway then, bosses. So this is tonight's final. It's all come down to this. It has all come down to this. Just Alt F7. That's the quick way to bring up the code enter. Alright then, so the teams are ready, they've chosen their comps. We'll just quickly change it over the stream overlay, and we'll be able to get this final underway. What if I can actually spell right? We're gonna get there. You won't miss it out, I promise. Alrighty then, so here we go boys. This is tonight's final, the grand finale of the EU. All the Q1 to Q4 qualifiers have built up to this exact moment with the winners and the runners-up all taking place with the better seed going to the winners, and it's led down to this moment right now where we see Team Capo taken on in Cap OP Baby Rage, with the winners taking home $175 and the runners-up going to be taking 75 big dollars home as well. So a lot to play for right now. This is going to be a best of 3, 5 rounds, so instead of the 3 rounds, so I'm sure we're going to have a pretty actionful next couple of moments. Well, more than moments, I guess. As we see the Croak and Jade combo once again coming out against the Freya and Lucia. Big ultimate coming out from Freya as she drops. As she oh no, actually I thought that she took someone else. Unfortunately, it seemed like she actually killed a teammate. I was a bit lost then. So Lucy, it seemed like a big ultimate. I thought she was dropping someone, and it turned out she dropped her own teammate. Nicely done by Croak and Jay. They'll be taking the first round here for in-cap OP Baby Rage. Hype, hype, hype. So I say that I have 2 mounts to give away after this game, bosses. So 2 demonic mounts. You guys are going to be able to enter chance of winning if you stick around after the tournament, which is a best of 3. So we have a little while left, and then 5 to give away during the NA hype. As we see Croak and Jade lining up in the middle center, and we do see Freya procking her counter a little bit too soon here, and it isn't going to make anything happen, as Jade does actually with her snipe this time around. Nice in cap coming out by Croak, but unfortunately doesn't actually have the follow-up from his teammate as she played with picking up the mid orb this time around. So again, Lucy, I'm pretty sure Lucy has been picked in every game we cast over tonight. A very popular pick. And obviously this was the comp that we did see beat the Croak and Jade earlier today, dropping them into the loser brackets, and they fought their way through back into tonight's final. As we do actually see the blue team pick up the mid orb for the first time in this best of 3 series. A big trade coming in. We do see a nice Thunderstrike coming out from Freya, but a great Volt to avoid the incoming damage coming out of Jade as Petrify coming onto Croak. A nice bit of damage. He does actually land a Venom Wind onto both targets. Jade looking to finish off the Lucy here, unloading 2 big clips of damage straight to the face, and that is going to lead Freya in a 2v1. She has picked up her teammate's soul and does actually get her ultimate here. Just about catching Croak at the end of it, but it isn't going to be enough as a nice in-cap and stun combo is going to drop her pretty low here. Counter is going to be able to keep her alive for this time being, but with sudden death looming and only 10 health remaining, it's only a matter of time. Nicely done. As we do see the red team currently taking it 2-0. Lucy nerf incoming. The one thing I do find crazy, the more I watch this, is the Croak and Jade combo. The in cap from Croak just lasts so long. As we're about to enter round 3. Here we go. Red team taking command and position of this mid orb. Again with Jade there, it looks like it's going to be pretty easy for them to actually secure this one. Freya trying to make a little bit of impact here as both team kind of hover around, not too much really happening into this first 20 seconds of this round. Jade lands up her snipe to easily secure that middle orb for her teammate. Croak getting on the aggressor, and a nice bit of damage coming out onto Freya. She's already dropped under 40% health, not going to make anything happen with her counter here. There's a nice stun and snipe combo coming out from Jade and Croak. She does actually completely whiff her ultimate though, but I feel the blue team are taking so much of a pound that it's not really going to be an issue here, as we see Focus switching onto Freya and then now back onto Lucy. She's dropped down to 20% health. A nice lunge coming in from Croak, and Jade's going to be able to easily pick on Freya on the backside here. Do see her miss a snipe combo, but not a problem, as the red team looking very convincing at the moment. Nicely done. GG. So we can come into round 4 now, with the red team currently 3-0 up. Let's see what Freya and Lucy can do with this one. There's still plenty of rounds to be had, and at least 2 more games to be played as well, depending on how things play out. I say there's $250 up for grabs, so there's no light business now. Both teams best be bringing their A game. It certainly can give them a good Saturday night out in town, or maybe just a nice new PC component, because what gamer goes out. As we do see Croak going a bit too ham here, and he's going to be taking a big chunk of damage already. A nice in-cap coming out for Freya. Is going to drop under 50% health, and the blue team looking pretty more commanding than they have done in the previous rounds here. A nice pickup by the red team though on the middle orb is going to put them up pretty close to their ultimates, but well played by the blue team here. Well, some real big damage, and we do see Croak a little bit too ham from his teammate, and this could cause him some issues as he's taking a bit of a pounder here, but Jade answering back. A nice Petrify is going to allow them to start working down on the Frogman as he uses his camouflage to retreat. Jade is actually going to miss out on her snipe here. A nice thunderclap coming in from Freya is going to drop both members pretty low, making good use of a counterplay. A nice panic is going to leave the blue team in a pretty commanding position at the moment, with Croak and Jade both under 40 health. A nice pickup by Freya. She uses a thunderclap to actually pick up the middle orb this time around. That was well played. It looks like the blue team should be taking this unless they make some big balls of this up. Jade does actually cancel a snipe. Doesn't want to get involved in that at the moment. A nice thunderclap is going to be able to put a bit of damage down as Croak get a bit aggressive with his frog leap. A nice panic is going to allow a nice combo to come out of Freya, catching him there and dropping this into a 1v2. We do see Jade's ultimate getting countered there, and a nice Nice ultimate. Isn't actually going to hit her, but it is going to actually get her on top of her opponent with a good crippling goo to take her down. Nice. Comeback begins.
Amazingly awesome at this.
It was nicely done by Freya and Lucy. Croak, I think, got a bit too overextended at the start there, and dropping like to 50% health straight away was pretty harsh on him. And the red team just couldn't really recover from that. We'll see how this pans into our 5th round. As we do see Jade landing a snipe, but no real follow-up at the moment. As Croak sets his aggression now, making a nice lunge onto both targets as Jade sets the focus on mid-orb once again, easy picking it up with her snipe ability. Croak is going to be coming looking for that end cap, but is just about to miss out, falling short of this one this time around. Again, using his lunge to get onto Lucy, as Jade actually does miss her snipe this time. A nice end cap coming out onto Croak is going to allow the blue team to pick up both health orbs on the bottom side. Mid-orb is up once again. I'm pretty sure Jade easily picking it up with a clip and her snipe. Nice pounding coming out onto Lucy here, but a bit of a wasted ult coming out of Jade once again. Getting a bit too ahead of herself, but some nice damage overall coming out onto Lucy. A big win and win going to be coming out onto her as well. Getting some big focus right now as Croak uses his frog leap to keep up the charge. Again, missing out on his second one, but does a nice snipe coming out from Jade. Is going to turn this into a 1v2. A nice ultimate coming out from Freya. Will do a bit of damage to Croak, but in a situation, I think she's going to struggle to turn this one around. 5 seconds away from sudden death. I don't think we're really going to need it, as the red team looking pretty commanding here and set to take this to 4-1. Pops the counter a little bit too stunning. A nice in-cap stun combo, easily going to turn this in favour of the red team. Nicely done.
Did not even see what he did.
So, if in-cap do win this next round, they will be currently 1-0 up in this best of 3 series and be a step closer to that $175. As we see them take commanding position once again of this mid-orb. I feel it's going to be hard for the blue team to secure it, with Jade just able to easily put 2 clips into it, unless Fred does exactly what she did then. That was great play, use of a counter strike to actually dodge the incoming snipe and also pick up mid-orb for a team. As we see a nice hammer toss, but a great in-cap coming out from Croak, but unfortunately there isn't the follow-up at the moment from Jade, as Croak taking a little bit of a pounding on the bottom side. Jade's going to take the opportunity to pick up both health orbs. Does actually decide to use her snipe on Lucy this time around instead of mid-orb, giving Freya the chance to actually start working on it. Instead, changing their focus, it is going to allow the red team to pick up their ultimate when and when ready for Croaky, and we'll see how he pans this out as he uses his frog leap to create some distance between him and his foes. 1 minute remaining in this before we enter sudden death. Mid-orb's about 2 seconds away from spawning up. Should be an easy pickup once again for our red team. But a nice play by Freya once again, making good use of her electric shield to jump in there, block the incoming damage, and also secure for her teammates. So her Thunder Slam, her Lightning Strike even, is going to be ready for use now. Let's see what she can make out of it, as hasn't really been able to do the effect we've seen in the previous games leading on to this final. A great steal again by Freya this time around, as Jade's not quick enough to secure that, but Croak is starting to work on her fellow teammate, checking about 20% of her health off, but nice thing having a healer, she's able to start bringing herself back as we see Venom hitting both targets, but a nice Petrify is going to keep Croak in place and not have that follow-up damage, which could favour the blue team as they start dropped him under 50% health at the moment. But a nice in-cap. Jade is focusing on the mid-orb and just about to pick it up somehow, as her snipe was on cooldown. We have entered sudden death now, and this really could go either way, as both teams trading pretty evenly, but the blue team have healed up thanks to that lovely Lucy on their team. A double panic coming in as we see Freya looking to get aggressive, mid-orb up. Once again, we do actually see Jade using her ultimate to pick up mid-orb, whilst Freya get a bit aggressive on Jade. Does actually miss on out on her lightning strike there, and Sticky U not making too much happen. Croak actually wastes his win there. I'm not sure why he went on so early, but Lucy takes a bit of a pounding, leaving Freya on a 1v2 with sudden death, really closing in on these. A nice in-cap is just about to catch her. Unfortunately, her shield couldn't come up soon enough to block the incoming snipe, and I feel this is going to be a victory for in-cap as they easily take down the Freya. Nicely done. So that's 5-1 to in-cap Oh Baby Rage. That will mean they'll be taking the first game of this best of 3 series. Will we see Freya and Lucy mix it up for the next round? That is to be told. Shall shortly see. So yeah, it'll be a couple minutes whilst they set up the lobby and decide who they want to play next bosses. So nicely done by in-cap there. Very convincing with the Jade and Croak combo. Again, don't forget, bosses, if you want to get involved in the next Playtourney 2v2 tournament, you can sign up, you and your buddy, at playtourney.com. Free entry, and you could potentially be getting involved. Yeah, it'll be a couple more minutes just to decide on what map they wish to play, and also the champions that we're going to be coming into our second game of this best of 3. I think at the moment regarding bans, there just really isn't a champion base. With only 18 champions, it'd be quite hard to do a banning phase. But it's something I'd probably like to see is actually a draft lobby, especially for ranked, because there's nothing worse being put into mirror matchups. So hopefully something like that will come out in the future. But I just feel the champion pool at the moment is too small. So hopefully once it moves free to play, it's something we'll see implemented. We have given away 3 mounts at the moment. 3 of the demonic mounts have been given away. Congratulations to Tyso, Winghaven and Sedge for winning those. And we still have 2 more to give away for the EU, which will be after this tournament. So depending on if this goes to another game or not, we're giving 2 away, and then we have 5 to give away during the NA stream, which gets underway in about 50 minutes. Like I say, this one shouldn't be too much longer. We're just waiting for the teams to pick the map, and then we're moving to champion picks. Okay, they've decided what map they want to play, guys, and we're literally just going to be picking champions now. It'll be about 2 minutes and we'll be able to get underway with tonight's final. I say there's $250 up for grabs, $175 to the winners, and $75 going to the runners-up. And I say I also do have 2 more keys to give away for the demonic mounts, which we'll be doing after this tournament has ended. As the teams are ready. So in-cap OP Baby Rage did take the first game. Will they be able to take this one? Clean straight the Jade and Croak definitely proving pretty damn successful. So yeah, the NA tournament will be starting at midnight, bosses, which is 45 minutes from now. So big hype for that. So 2 more mounts to give away after this one, after this game has ended, or after potentially there might be 2 more games, depending on how things actually play out, as we see both teams sticking with the same comps. And then another 5 to give away during the NA tournament. Alrighty then, here we go. We're going to be seeing the red team making the charges. Jade toying with the idea of going in for her snipe. Does actually whiff this one, a nice silence coming out on the Freya, but she does get a big electric shield. It's going to counter some of the incoming damage. She starts to get a bit aggressive here, which might not work in her favour. Barrier is going to block some of the incoming damage, but a nice snipe coming out from Jade is going to easily secure the red team in middle orb for the first time around. Luckily for Freya, Lucy's going to be able to heal her up. She does actually pick up both energy orbs, but the red team looking a bit more commanding after picking up that middle orb. We're about 2 seconds away from the next one spawning, and I can't see any reason why that doesn't fall into the red team's hand. Freya does actually look to try and get aggressive to pick it up herself, but it ends up costing her quite a bit of health points, as we see Jade unleash her ultimate, getting 3 big hits onto Freya this time around. Nice silence with the in-cap coming into with the snipe combo. Unfortunately, Electric Shield is going to be a little bit late here, and then she's going to be looking pretty low now. I don't know if Lucy's going to be able to heal through this, as once again, for the 3rd time this round, the red team picking up middle orb. We do see Croak getting a little bit aggressive. Nice panic away onto Jade is going to allow them to put some nice damage onto the Frogman. But Freya looking a bit unhealthy at the moment. We'll see what Lucy can do to help her out. She does actually pick up her ultimate. She goes for the lightning strike onto mid orb, does pick it up, but it might come costly, as that could be certainly been useful to finish off this Croak here, as he lands a double Venom Wind onto both the blue members. A nice in-cap along with the snipe is going to easily drop it down, leaving Lucy in a 2v1. Does get a panic. We're 5 seconds away from sudden death, as the red team look to secure middle orb once again for the 4th time this round. Lucy is going to pick up her ultimate here, but I think it's a little bit too late, unfortunately, for her, as the arena starts closing in on us. And Croak easily finishes her off. Nicely done. In-cap taking the 1st round of this 2nd game. I do really feel this could go either way, but that was very nicely played by the red team, making great use of that in-cap snipe combo, which we've seen to prove deadly so far. As we see the blue team taking the command and charge into this, so this is our 2nd game of the best of 3, first of 5 rounds. Winner going to be taking home $175. Ka-ching, ka-ching. As we see both teams trading quite evenly at this moment in time. Mid orb's about 3 seconds from spawn, and we'll see what happens here as Freya looking in position. Nice good use of Electric Shield. Is only going to be able to knock it away for a moment in time, but she does actually end up picking it up. Nicely done there. Could have really went either way. A great use of Electric Shield to stop that incoming snipe. Nice pull in on Jade, only to knock it back at the moment in time. As even teams trading pretty evenly, Croak losing about 20% of his health already, but not too much to worry about. As we do see the blue team once again securing the middle orb, a little bit sloppy from the red team coming out there, as the Jade was unable to make anything happen with her snipe. Crippling Goo is actually going to be wasted by Lucy this time around, but a nice lightning strike onto Jade is going to drop her under 50% health. Well played by Freya, but unfortunately if that ultimate had been saved, that could have been a massive combo and really already be looking into a 2v1. But at the moment, both friendly teamers do stand, but under 50% health at the moment, as the red team do actually secure middle orb with a nice lunge coming out from Croak. We do see Jade completely whiff her ultimate again. I'm not really sure where she was going for that. She was nowhere in range to really follow up any damage, only hitting, I think, half of a shot there and missing the following 3. With 30 seconds left of this round, mid orb is up once again, and the blue team once again picking up. Good job on Freya. She's been really on point with Ninja and those from the red team. But a nice win coming out onto Freya. Is going to drop her pretty low here, but a nice knockback. Her ultimate is ready. Let's see if she holds on to it, as Jade's completely split from her teammate right now. Mid orb is up once again, and a great use as the blue team pick up the mid orb for the 4th time here. Nicely done. Jade getting a little bit too early with her snipes at the moment. Great use of the electric shield to be able to pick them up. We do see a big Petrify with the Thunder Lightning Strike. It is going to drop Jade under 10 health at the moment. Big play by Freya there. Nice combo coming in from the blue team, as we do see a nice in-cap and stun combo potentially turning this around as we enter sudden death. But the blue team are going to be able to pick up both health orbs on the bottom side as mid orb is up once again. Nicely done by Freya. She knocks out the enemy Jade out of the arena as we see Crypt and Goo pushing Croak into harm's danger. Nicely done. 2-0 to our in-cap. Oh, sorry. Blue team turned it around. My mistake. That was a really nice turnaround by them. Great use, and certainly can bring this to another game for sure if they keep it up like this. As we see red team look to take command and position of this middle area once again. But that was really well played by Freya. It was commanding being able to steal 4 of those orbs then. It was devastating and really proved vital in the blue team taking that first round. As we see Tear taking a little bit of damage here, the snipers once again be lined up and does actually fall into red team's hands just about there, and it was a bit unfortunate. Has a nice snipe and Croak coming to finish that off. She is going to be able to pick up both energy orbs on either side of the map and the health orbs, which is going to be important from denying them from the red side. Jade does hit a snipe, but unfortunately no real follow-up at the moment as mid orb is up for the second time this round. She does actually look to get aggressive and lose it out. I think she actually did pick that up just about. As Croak getting a little bit aggressive here, split away from his teammate. He's going to take a lot of unnecessary damage. Jade actually comes in and gets a nice ultimate here, only to be countered by the electric shield from Freya, but not really causing too many issues. She just actually kind of whiffed her lightning strike here, but has given a good opportunity to split away from Croak and land a nice in-cap onto Jade, dropping her under 20% health here, as Jade is going to be able to pick up middle orb for the red team. But unfortunately for Croak, he does actually land a nice in-cap and stun combo, but Jade focusing on the middle orb there isn't going to be able to put any damage down, but Croak seemed to put in all the work himself at the moment, as a nice in-cap once again coming out from both teams here, trading blows pretty evenly. Big spell block coming out on the Freya, could actually be dropping it here. When the wind is up for Croak as he lands a nice ultimate onto Lucy, and going to easily take this 2-1 in favour of our in-cap OP Baby Rage. Nicely done. I feel like Freya actually kept the aggression up on Jade there, where she had dropped to 20% health. Obviously she did miss out on her lightning strike, but it gave her a good opportunity to separate from Croak and the nice in-cap into the wall, but decided to fall back for some reason. They finished off Jade, leaving it in a 2v1. Could have definitely been them taking that round. Close stuff. Again, like I say, there is 2 mounts to give away after this game as well, bosses, so you keyboard warriors, be ready. Nice stun coming in from Croak, a couple of clips being unloaded by Jade. Mid-orb's about 3 seconds from coming up. We'll see how that falls. As a nice electric shield, it is going to pull in both red team members down onto this bottom side, as both teams trading pretty evenly at the moment. A nice silence coming out onto Lucy, who's going to keep her at bay, as we see the red team easily pick up this middle orb thanks to Jade's snipe. Freya once again getting on the aggressive, nice in-cap's going to allow the snipe combo to come out here, but the blue team looking pretty good at the moment as Croak goes a bit aggressive on the spot side onto the Lucy, dropping off about 50% of the health on his own. It was pretty impressive damage. Once again we're going to see middle once come up, but Jade did actually miss out on her snipe, but somehow able to sneak in a couple of auto attacks to pick that one up. As we see The blue team being retreated to the top lane. Nice panic onto Jade. Is going to leave Croak on his own at the moment as he lands a nice stun on the Freya, but looking pretty healthy at the moment. We do see the ultimate coming out from Jade, catching Lucy in about 2 shots there. It's going to drop around about 20% health as the focus being split between the two members. A nice in-cap and snipe combo coming out onto Freya even is going to cause all kinds of troubles as the red team look pretty commanding to take this 3rd round. When win, going to easily pick off the Lucy. 3-1 to in-cap. Again, if they do win this, they will be $175 richer.
They not even see what
Feels good. But also, bosses, like I say, after this stream, after this tournament has finished, we do have the NA tournament getting underway at midnight. So hold on to your horses. We've got plenty more action to get underway. And another 5 mounts to be given away during that stream as well. OP Baby Rage looking pretty good at the moment. Can they take this in clean straights against the Team Keppo? As we see them once again pushing that bottom side. Mid orb's going to be coming up in about 4 seconds here. We do see Snipe used to put a bit of punishment down onto Freya, but it isn't really going to cause her too many issues as she's able to lose her and making good use of a Thunderstrike to pick up the mid orb this time around, which proved real deadly in the first round they won. Croak already under 50% health here, but a nice in-cap coming out. A good use of the barrier to avoid the incoming damage. Looking pretty even at the moment. Croak took a real big pounding at the start there as we see Jade make good use of her snipe once again to pick up the middle orb. Using the Volt to leap out of the way. Crippling Goo is going to be a little bit soon here, but a nice knockback by Lucy. That was really impressive to actually make the most out of her ultimate. Dropping the red team pretty low and the blue team looking pretty good at the moment with 1 minute already gone in this 5th round. Mid orb is once up again, but unfortunately for Jade, she is going to miss out on that, only making little things quicker for the blue team. The red team on retreat in a real bad way at the moment, with the blue team looking pretty damn healthy. 40 seconds before we actually enter sudden death. A nice thunderclap is going to put some nice damage onto Jade for the in-cap. We don't see the snipe come through just yet, but a big silence is actually dropped to Freya under 50% health. A good ultimate coming out from Jade, but a nice crippling goo is going to actually push her out, and I mean she's going to have to cancel that one this time around as we see the blue team picking up middle orb. With both members on 7 to 3 health, we easily see Freya pick off a nice hammer toss, and Croak going to be left in the 1v2. As he gets the in-cap and stun combo off, but merely a consolation prize as the blue team about to take this 3-2. Unless Croak can make some heroic play. Starting to put a little bit of damage down. Nice thunderclap coming in from Freya as he frogs leaps all over the place to be annoying. There we go. A nice pick up by the blue team. They picked up the middle orb twice then, which I think was huge. And Croak taking like 50% of his health at the start. I'm not really sure where all that damage come from. Maybe got a little bit too aggressive and was split from his teammate. Ended up costing them. 3-2 in favour of in-cap OP Baby Rage though, as we come into our 6th round. Croak looking to get aggressive here, but waiting a little bit too long to get in there with his camouflage ability. Mid orb coming up once again. I really feel the blue team need to get aggressive on this, and this is what worked for them in the previous 2 rounds that they have won, but do lose out to Jade's auto attack there. Big in-cap stun coming out onto Lucy is actually going to drop her under 50% health here. The red team really need to follow up this damage. If they can do, they're easily taking this next round. Nice in-cap into that stun combo, and she's going to drop easily there. Nicely done. That was a great catch by Croak to catch her in Lucy in the bottom corner there and finish her off with ease. About to end a sudden death now. I don't think it's really going to be much of an issue as the red team pick up mid orb up once again. Nice electric shield coming in for Freya. She is actually going to use her lightning strike, but to no avail this time around. A nice R ability coming out of Jade to knock her opponent back, and a great silence. 4-2. Again, if in-cap do win this, if they win this round right now, they would have won the series 2, the best of series 2-0, and will be taking home $175 and be crowned our Playtourney champions. as we potentially come into the final round of our EU tournament tonight. See Jade toying with the eye. We see Croak looking to get onto that Lucy once again. Unfortunately, Jade doesn't actually have a snipe lined up here, which could have been pretty deadly had that been the case, but it's going to give the blue team to actually retreat back. Jade is going to pick up middle orb once again for the red team. But I think the blue team kind of got off a bit lightly there, but a nice amount of damage going on to Lucy once again, already dropping under 30% health. She's trying her best to heal up here, and we already see Jade picking up her ultimate, unleashing it here. A nice roly-poly is going to be able to get her away from that final hit, which would have sure enough killed her, but Croak not wasting time here as he easily picks off the Lucy. Freya's got all to play for here. She lands a nice electric shield, but a nice silence coming out from Jade once again. It's going to leave her in all kinds of trouble as we see the in-cap stun combo coming out of the red side, and it looks like our in-cap OP Baby Rage will be our winners tonight. Jade running a little bit low here. We are going to see Freya pick up the green health orb on the bottom side, and I can't explain how long that in-cap lasts for, as we see in-cap OP Baby Rage crowned our EU tournament winners tonight. So our first play tourney, we've had the previous games, the Q1 to Q4, building up to tonight's finals, and they are our winners. Congratulations to in-cap OP Baby Rage, who were on point. Obviously, they did actually get knocked out in the semi-finals, dropping into the losers brackets and pulling ourselves back in to get into tonight's final, win $175, which does mean I have two mounts to give away to you bosses now, and the NA tournament will be starting in half an hour. So, what should be my magical word? That's the question. Okay, my magical word to win the mount, we have 2 mounts to give away, so that's 2 demonic mounts. We've already given away 3. I'm going to have another 5 to give away during the NA tournament. All you have to say is the magical words of GG. That is the magical words. Type in GG and potentially you could be in for the case of winning a demonic mount. I have 2 to give away, so good luck. I'll give you bosses a couple minutes, and yeah, good luck. GG. Yeah, so GG, and you can be in for the case of winning a demonic mount. I'll give you like 2 minutes or so, and then I will pick my winner. Oh boys, get those GGs flowing. Come on, GG boys, GG, come on. Let's see those GGs rocking and rolling. And we got like 2 more minutes. Some demonic mounts on the line. Come on, boys. You can do it. GG, come on, chuck me those GGs. I also want to, I'll show you the brackets as well for our runners, or our complete EU tournament. So yeah, half an hour bosses will be getting the EU NA tournament underway, where there's another $250 up for grabs. So congratulations to InCap, OP Baby Rage, who were our winners tonight, beating out Team Capo, who do take $75 themselves. Again, the NA tournament, there is a prize pool of $250, same situation as what we've just seen here. And that'll be getting underway at midnight. And then we have 5 more keys to be given away for the demonic mount. So yeah, I'll give you about a minute. And yeah, we'll give away those keys. Come on, boys. GG. What are we saying? I'm just waiting on to get the keys from the admins. So once I get the keys, you might have a little bit more time. I'm just waiting for the admins to sort me out the 2 keys. So until I get them, you can keep saying GG as much as you want. We'll wait and see what happens. Time's ticking now. I've got one of the keys. I've got both the keys. Alright, I'll give you your last 30 seconds. Last 30 seconds, boys. Right. The GG, where all the GG's at? Yeah, last 2 keys, and then we have another 5 to give away during the NA tournament. Which would be like 3 like I've given out already during the stream, and then 2 at the end if you stick around to then. 15 seconds. Oh my butter. Alright, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright. Stop your GGs. It makes no more difference now if you're too late. The bot is choosing. This sophisticated bot. Our first winner has been picked. Congratulations to... What a name, by the way. What a name. I congratulate you on your name alone. Ding Dong Daddy-O is our first winner. Of our first key. We have one more key to give away. I've got one more key. I'll give you one more key. I'm going to let the bot do its work. Alright, the final winner. Our last key from the EU tournament. Like I say, there is still another 5 to be given away during the NA tournament, so if you guys stick around till then, you have potential getting one for sure. Our final winner, being picked right now, is going to see tense moments. Tense moments. Wait for the beat. Here we go, we go, we go. Nick Ritter, congratulations. Oh yeah, if only, eh guys, if only. So yeah, that is the keys to the EU one down. Congratulations to Ding Dong, a lovely name, and Nick Ritter. Like I say, I have 5 more keys to give away, which will be during the NA stream, so I'm going to grab some drink, get some stuff ready, so I'll leave up my plays from the tournament for the next 20 minutes, and I'll be back at midnight, and yeah, the NA stream will be getting underway, so we'll give out 3 keys, probably like one every hour during the stream. And then at the end of the stream, I'll be giving away 2 more keys to some of you lucky bosses. So yeah, congratulations to the winner. I'll send you your keys now. You have to enter the code on Steam. So our previous winners was congratulations to Sedge, Wings, Tyso, Ding Dong, and also that's a lot of GGs. Unfortunately, I wish I could give one to all you bosses. You know, I'm not the one in charge of this. But yeah, congratulations to the winners. So I'm going to be going like AFK for a little bit, for like 20 minutes, and then come midnight we'll be getting the NA tournament underway. But yeah, congratulations to the winners, and if you guys stick around, there's plenty of chance for you to win. But yeah, great tournament, well played to InCap. Obviously getting knocked out by Team Keppo. Team Keppo proved pretty deadly in the original round in the semis, knocking out InCap into the loser brackets. And they actually made great work, but it just couldn't come together in the final there. And InCap pick up $175 for themselves. So GG. Yeah, so I'll be back in about 15 minutes, bosses. So you can chill, and we'll have some more keys to give away during the NA stream.
To go in. Another great use of the wall, and does actually make nice use of his ultimate. Again, hit him into the wall, but unfortunately just not having enough damage to knock him back here, and it looks like red team are going to be taking our first round of our best of 3 final for NA.